Here we go on a Monday. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Live video over at 97.3 ESPN on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. What's going on, everybody? Hopefully you enjoyed the weekend. We are back live with you. So much to dive into. We are almost 1 week away from the start of Eagles training camp. It's a week from tomorrow. The Birds are back. We have plenty of Eagles stuff to get into. Right now, over at 973ESPN.com, they rank the future rankings of each organization, and the Eagles did not fare very favorably. I'm going to get into that coming up later on in the show. Jeff Mosher for football at 4 today. Also, we've got so much going on in regards to this Ben Simmons stuff, which we will get to the latest there. Also, what else is happening? Oh, wow. All of a sudden, the Phillies are interesting. Could this be accurate? The Phillies, interesting. 2 games over 500. Should we believe? Is it more that we don't believe in the Mets? Is that what it could be? Phillies have won 7 out of 10, by the way, 2 straight. You know what it is? The fact of the matter that the Phillies finally did something they haven't been able to do. And that is take care of business against an inferior team. They won 3 out of 4 against the Miami Marlins, who have given them all sorts of problems. Does that mean we buy into them? Not necessarily, but at least it makes me feel better. There's a lot of Phillies to discuss. I'm not sitting here telling you to go out and buy your Phillies jersey and your Phillies playoff tickets just yet, but they took an absolute step in the right direction this weekend. For the first time, look, I've been extremely critical of this team and organization over the last month, and they deserve it. Can they prove me wrong by doing the right things? We'll find out. They have a stretch of games. We talked about it. They have the easiest schedule in baseball the rest of the way. Take advantage of it. Well, they did. They beat the Miami Marlins 3 out of 4. And that is a step in the right direction against a team that has constantly been a thorn in your side. The Phillies were able to take care of business and knock them off. Now they are taking on a Yankees team that looked good last night. They hit the ball, scored a bunch of runs against the Red Sox. The Yankees have been playing better baseball. They, too, have won 7 out of 10 in 2 straight. They're 4 games over 500. So the Yankees seemingly are taking a step in the right direction. The Phillies are seemingly taking a step in the right direction. The Mets are taking a step in the backwards direction. They had a disaster happen to them on Saturday. They did get back in the win column last night. Atlanta, of course, has lost their best player, Ronald Acuna Jr., for the rest of the season. They made a pair of trades over the weekend to try to stay in this thing. Dave Dombrowski was on a recent podcast with John Clark, and I got a chance to listen to that this morning. And I thought Dombrowski was refreshingly, he was refreshingly honest, I guess you can say. He says, we are in this. We are going to try to make our club better. He mentioned that in any short series, and he said something that I have said. If the Phillies got to the playoffs, they have 3 starting pitchers, right? They have 3 starting pitchers that, if you go all the way back to when I did my season predictions, my top 10 predictions for the baseball season, I said the Phillies would have the best 3-man rotation in the National League East. So far, that has been true, and that's with Aaron Nola not doing very well. That's with Aaron Nola kind of being up and down, and Dombrowski admitted that in that podcast, that, hey, Nola's been up and down. He has had his good stuff at times, but hasn't had it all the time. Look, he did admit in that interview with John Clark that Zach Wheeler is their ace. I wonder if we go to a playoff series, do they call on Zach Wheeler in game 1? These are all big boy things. These are all things that the teams that are successful have to make tough decisions. Like, hey, we entered the season with Nola as our guy. Do we make that change? All sorts of things that the team has to take steps in the right direction. Now the Phillies, One of the things Dombrowski mentioned in the podcast was he kind of liked the bullpen. Not that he was like, hey, this is a great bullpen, but he said, if we traded for a guy who had Ranger Suarez's numbers, a lot of our fans would be excited about that trade. So it sounds as if like they are in on Ranger Suarez as the guy, which is interesting because who got the call in the game yesterday when they needed to save that game? It was Hector Neris. So I think Dombrowski was saying, look, we like Ranger Suarez. They think that Archie Bradley's throwing the ball better. They like what they got from Bailey Falter. And hey, if you listen to the show about a week or two ago, I suggested that Bailey Falter get some more high leverage situations. Well, they got one last night. He came in and got a big strikeout. Neris came in and got the save. He had 2 strikeouts in the inning. Connor Brogdon's a guy that if you go back to the 10 predictions I made at the beginning of the season, he's a guy that I liked a lot. I think Brogdon is set up to pitch better in the second half. Falter is a guy that I think can be a nice left-handed pitcher out of the bullpen. Are there some positive signs for the Phillies? Sure. But one thing I don't agree with Dombrowski on is I think it's definitive they need to get better in the bullpen. He thinks that they have some internal options, which is a nice tip of the cap to his guys. I don't know that I agree with them. So, are the Phillies buyers or sellers? He said they're definitively buyers. He said, we are not selling. We are not selling pieces off. He says, we are in this. So, I think you can expect the Phillies to make additions to this team as long as they are where they are today. And I say where they are today. They don't have to be, starting, they're off today. Starting today, they are just 2 games back of the Mets in National League East play. They have gained a couple of games over the last week. I think 2.5 games. I think they were 4.5 back when everything kind of started, right around the All-Star break. So if they are within like 4 games by the time the trade deadline gets here, they are going to add. I think that's pretty evident. I think just listening to what Dave Dombrowski said, it sounds pretty clear. He was on the Takeoff podcast with John Clark. And some of the things that he said, this is kind of interesting. Take a listen.
15, 20 games. So we've been playing better. I think we're in a position, we are contending. We're doing this interview. We're 2.5 games out of first place. We have a chance to win. We legitimately have a chance to win.
We have a chance to win. We legitimately have a chance to win. And that's where he mentioned, hey, we have these 3 pitchers. If we get into a playoff series with those 3 pitchers, we have a shot. And I don't disagree with them. The problem is, do you trust your bullpen? Now, there are some reports out there today that the Phillies are interested in center field options, one of which is Buxton from the Twins, who, he has been fantastic this year. If you look at Byron Buxton's numbers, he has been great. The problem with him is, my gosh, he is constantly hurt. But boy, you've got a guy hitting .370 this year with 10 home runs, 5 stolen bases, an OPS of 1.176. I mean, that is tremendous. Byron Buxton would be a huge addition to this lineup. Former number 2 overall pick, but the problem with Buxton has constantly been injury issues, including again this year. He got hit in the hand. He had a boxer's fracture of his left hand. And let me tell you, hand injuries to offensive players is not a good sign. That is not a good injury to have for an offensive player. Now, the other guy that they have some interest in, according to some reports, and you can go to 973ESPN.com and check out Frank Close's piece and the reporting on this, which says that they are also interested in outfielder Starling Marte, who, man, does he not kill the Phillies? The Phillies, Astros, and Yankees are among teams to check in on Marte, who seems to be likely to be traded. That's according to John Heyman of the MLB Network. Now, one of the reasons is the Marlins can't pay him. Go figure. Now, Marte and McCutchen played together in Pittsburgh, so those two know each other there. And Buxton's a guy who, if the Phillies were able to get their hands on Buxton, that would be a pretty big upgrade to their outfield. And, of course, their lineup. Now, one of the things Dombrowski mentioned is that they like their lineup, but their lineup hasn't been able to stay together. Their lineup hasn't been healthy. Their lineup has been together the last couple of weeks, and that's where they've made up some ground here. Now, he talked a lot about in the podcast, not a lot, but he did acknowledge that their defense has been a problem for them, and he's not wrong. But he said, look, for this year, we're going to have to outscore that. We're going to have to be able to score more runs and, make up for the problems our defense has had. I thought it was a good pod, so listen to it's called the Takeoff with John Clark. You get a lot of good stuff. We'll try to get some audio from that podcast, and he does make a lot of interesting comments in there. I thought he was pretty honest. I thought he was definitely, now honest about his bullpen. I don't know that he was telling the truth. Did he love these guys? Are these guys that he really, really, really trusts? Hey, I talked about it last week. Suarez and Falter are the two guys I would give the first opportunities in the second half of the season to pitch in the higher leverage situations. Suarez as the closer, Falter as maybe the eighth inning guy. I like what Archie Bradley has done recently. But let's be honest. This is a hard team to really trust because of that bullpen. I think you can make a good argument that their offense is fine. They've got a pretty good offense, especially when they're all together. Defensively, they are a bad baseball team. And their bullpen is not a playoff bullpen. Until they prove us differently. So the second half of the season, the Phils come out. They get a couple of wins. They get that wonky split game the other night where they started the game. They had to finish it on Sunday. The game from Saturday, it started pouring rain up there. The doubleheader, it's a shame, too, because Matt Moore pitched the first game. Eflin starts your second game, and you're thinking, all right, Zach Eflin against the Marlins. We got one of our better guys going against this Marlins team. They lose 7-0, lifeless with the offense in that game. If you take a look at the lineup in that game, it was very disappointing because they put a lineup out there that, was with Eflin pitching, you would have hoped for a little bit more. They just couldn't get anything going in that game. And then the game on Saturday night, it starts raining. They have to finish the game. 10 minutes into the game, JT hits the homer yesterday to win game one. And then, quite frankly, it was disappointing start to the game. With Wheeler on the mound, you're down 4-2. You're thinking, all right, Zach Wheeler's here. Let's, they get the lead early. Let's see if they can hold this thing and get 3 out of 4. And the offense is the reason. Now, I thought Wheeler pitched well later on in the game. He kind of settled in, but wasn't some of Wheeler's best work. 6 innings, 7 strikeouts, but he gave up 7 hits and 4 runs, a couple of walks. But overall, how do you feel about this Phillies team today? Better, but still not great. That would be my answer. I feel better, but still not great. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. That's the text board. You can get involved that way. As always, if you're watching the show live video on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, you can be a part of the live show on the stream. Just post your comment in the comments section wherever you're watching, whether it be on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter, and we will pop them up on the screen periodically throughout the show. Joe Show's watching, says Phillies interested in Sterling Marte. Hopefully we can get him. Hey, Marte's been great this year. He has killed the Phillies. Also, if they can get Buxton, the problem with Buxton is he's hurt. But Buxton, man, he has MVP potential. That guy would be a tremendous upgrade in center field. So would Marte, by the way. Marte would be a huge upgrade in center field over what you're going with right now. Odubel Herrera. Although Herrera's not even playing right now. I think they used Luke Williams the other night, played center field. Jankowski, who, by the way, Jankowski's been pretty good. Give him a little credit where credit's due. Jankowski hit 2 hits the other day. And he's been kind of playing some center field. They had the COVID situation. Those guys are starting to come back slowly here. You're going to get Nola tomorrow night against the Yankees. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. So jump in. Like, here's the thing with this Phillies team. I think we all know they need help in the bullpen, right? We're not sugarcoating that at all. Their bullpen is a major problem. So if you are the Phillies and you are Dave Dombrowski, you certainly know that that's where you need to get help. The problem, as he mentioned in the podcast, is every team is looking for bullpen help. Why? He makes a good point. 8 or 9 spots on your roster are taken by bullpen arms, which means you're not going to have 8 or 9 good ones. You're typically going to have 4 to 5 good ones, if you're lucky. The Phillies, I think, right now probably have like 2 to 3 good ones. That's probably where they are. They probably have 2 to 3. You can say, well, I say Suarez, Bradley, Falter, and then, of course, people don't like Neris, but he would be the 4th guy in that mix. So they have to get another guy. And the other thing Dombrowski threw out there is, look, there's not a lot of closing options that are available via trade. He also talked about the fact that they have guys in their minor league system. They're not all that thrilled to trade. They don't want to trade Mick Abel, their first-round pick from a year ago. They don't want to move Bryson Stott, their first-round pick from, I guess, 2 or 3 years ago. So the guys that are of interest to other teams, the Sixers are not all that interested in moving. So Dave Dombrowski, he is going to have to get creative if they want to make moves at the deadline. I will 1,000% say this. If they are where they are right now, about 2 to 4 games out by July 31st, which is next Saturday. Is that the deadline, the 31st on a Saturday? Typically, the deadline would be on a weekday, would it not? We'll have to take a look at that. It's either the 31st or the 30th, but I think Frank actually has it written in his article over at 973ESPN.com. Let's see. It's July 30th. It's Friday. So the trade deadline is Friday, July 30th at 4 o'clock. So you're talking about next Friday. A week from this Friday is the trade deadline. So the Phillies in that time frame, real quick, just to kind of give you a little indication, they are 2 back right now, right? They will play 2 against the Yankees, 4 against the Braves, and 4 against Washington. So they have 3 series left between now and the deadline. 2 of those 8 games, 2 of those series are against National League East foes. So they're going to have plenty of indication of whether they're in this or out of this, wouldn't you think? Now let's take a look at the Mets schedule real fast. Why does that matter? Well, obviously you're chasing the Mets. And this is why it's interesting. Because the Mets just got through a stretch where they played the Pittsburgh Pirates, who are one of the worst teams in baseball, and they lost 2 out of 3. Before the All-Star break, they played the Pittsburgh Pirates, and the Phillies were able to gain more ground because against the Pirates, they split 2 out of 4. Unacceptable if you're the Mets. But what's coming up before the trade deadline for the Mets? Well, 3 with Cincinnati, 3 with Toronto, 5 with Atlanta. So the Phillies have a really good shot here of getting to that July 30th deadline and being within striking distance of the Mets. And then, as I've talked about a lot, right after the trade deadline, who's on the schedule? The Metropolitans. The Mets have all sorts of issues right now. DeGrom out. We know that. Over on the text board, Mike, I feel better now that Neris isn't closing. You must have not watched the game yesterday because he came in and closed. He came in and closed the game yesterday. He got it done. He had 2 strikeouts. I don't know that means he's going to be the closer. I'm a little interested. I did not hear what Girardi said after the game or whether he was asked about why it was Neris in that spot yesterday. But Neris did close the game yesterday. But I think, Dombrowski did bring up in the podcast that he mentioned by name that Suarez is now closing games. So I think you might see both guys or Suarez get some chances and Neris get some chances. I don't know that they have a closer, but they have some closing options. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up in about an hour from now, our Flyers insider Kevin Durso. The Flyers made a blockbuster trade on Saturday. I'll give you my thoughts on that coming up. It's brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan, the all-new Matt Blatt Nissan, now open Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot, online, mattblattnissan.com. So what did the Flyers do, and who did they give up? I have the details, but you can get them right now at 973ESPN.com, or download the free mobile app and check out the trade grades for the Flyers deal with Nashville. 3 NHL insiders graded the Flyers trade. What grade did they get? Check it out now at 973ESPN.com. 226, I'm MikeGill. Call Jenkins for heating and air conditioning, installation, service and maintenance, plumbing, or drain cleaning service, 609-641-6440, JenkinsPlumbingHeating.com. So the Flyers made news all weekend long, essentially. They were basically the top story on our website all weekend long. It was Flyers, 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 Flyers. And it wasn't close. And it's because they made a pretty big trade over the weekend, which sent the former number 2 overall pick of the draft, Nolan Patrick, in a trade along with Phil Myers, a defenseman, for Ryan Ellis, a defensiveman, who is essentially the guy that they're hoping will take over for Matt Niskanen, who abruptly retired before the start of last season, and the Flyers just never were able to replace him. Now, a lot of people checking in on this deal, like wondering what the Flyers were thinking. Now, I will tell you this. Ellis is a guy who has been very good in the past. Of course, the Flyers are trading for him coming off of his worst season, right? Is it a concern that the guy had his worst season and I believe is 31 years old? I think, yeah, that could be registered as a concern. They never replaced Niskanen. They tried with a bunch of different combinations. This move is all about trying to find someone to play next to Provorov. That is why this team was the number 1 seed. Niskanen was a steady defender. They're hoping a guy like Ryan Ellis, who has been a leader type of guy. He is a guy who gives you a lot of ice time, plays about 23 minutes per game. He's a very good 5-on-5 guy. He's good on the penalty kill. He's going to basically play right in that spot next to Provorov where they could not find anybody to play. Phil Myers is only 24 years old. The concern would be if Phil Myers turns into, now right now, Myers is probably a 4th or 5th defenseman, where Ryan Ellis would be probably a number 2 or number 3 defenseman. I think on this team, he's going to be your number 2 playing next to Provorov because obviously Sanheim and Provorov were not a good combination last year. So now you would have Provorov and Ellis on the first pair and Sanheim and whoever they could find to play next to him on the second pair. We'll talk to Durso later on tonight. And Scott Laughlin tonight is on game night from Sirius XM NHL radio. He'll give you more insight on this, but you can go to our website right now and get what everybody nationally thinks about this. Look, when healthy, Ryan Ellis is a very good player. Now, problem is starting to get a little older. And the other issue that concerns me just a little bit when I take a look at this, all right, is the fact that like many Chuck Fletcher deals in his past, the contract is not a great one with Ryan Ellis. At 30 years old, you could look at this of one of two ways. Well, he's 30, which is, he's not a young guy anymore. He's played in this league, I think, 10 years now. He's signed through 2027, and he's not cheap. So you better hope that Ryan Ellis comes in here and at least gives you 3 or 4 solid seasons, because he's making, for the next season coming up, $7.7 million, 5.3, 7.5, 6.5, 5.5, 4.5. That's the one pause that I have. Do I think the Flyers got the best player in the trade? I do. Here's the other rub. They gave up on Nolan Patrick. Now, Nolan Patrick has 70 points in almost 200 NHL games. He has been a bottom 6 player for essentially his whole career. He could not play at all for a season because of migraine problems. He just has not been the player. Look, the Flyers lucked into getting him at number 2. They were not the second worst team in the league. They had the ping pong balls bounce their way. They end up with Nolan Patrick, and it hasn't worked out. So the Flyers finally looked at it and said, you know what? It's time for him to go someplace else. Now, they traded him to Nashville, who immediately traded him to Vegas. So Nashville wasn't all that interested in Nolan Patrick either. But the two rubs of this story are, one, the contract of Ryan Ellis. could turn into a big problem somewhere down the line. I don't think that will be a problem today or now. They got better on the surface, right? On the surface, the Flyers got what they needed. A replacement for Matt Niskanen, something they could not do last year, and someone to play next to Ivan Provorov, something they could not find last year. So, boom, kill two birds, one stone. But the cost of it is a 24-year-old defender in Phil Myers who I think has a lot of promise. Is he better than Ellis right now? Absolutely not. And then, of course, giving up on Nolan Patrick, who, look, has not fulfilled any of the potential that you would hope from the number 2 overall pick in the draft. That is obvious. Now, another question that could be thrown into the mix here is, was there a better deal out there? The Flyers have been talking to Nashville, right? So when they talked to Nashville, did they inquire about Ryan Ellis's partner in Nashville? We kept hearing Seth Jones's name over and over and over again, and you wonder if the price was just too high to bring him in if they settled for a deal like this. So that's something to keep an eye on. Now, what are some other things that are potentially out there? That's where we'll bring Kevin in and see what he is hearing, because over the weekend, the Flyers put their list out of protected players for the expansion draft. And you can get that full list over at 973ESPN.com, because the Flyers protected some interesting names, but they left unprotected a couple of big names. Really 3 big names if you want to look at it. Jake Voracek, James Van Riemsdyk, and Shane Gostisbehere. So there's a possibility that one of those 3 players, along with Justin Braun and Robert Haig, could be claimed by Seattle. Now, the way the expansion draft works is kind of wonky, because teams are almost begging you to take some of their higher price salary players. And to do so, sometimes they'll give you a little bit of a trade to say, hey, if you take Jake Voracek from us, we'll throw you a pick back just for taking him off of our hands. So there is a lot of craziness that can happen with this. But what I find to be interesting, and when Durso joins us coming up in about 40 minutes from now, who will they pair with Sanheim? Who will they pair on that second line there? And is there another move to be made? I think all of those things are definitely the most interesting part of the weekend. And that's Kevin Durso coming up today at 3:20 right here on the Sports Bash. When we come back, the NBA Finals have been great. They can close out tomorrow night. I always hear about the coach. Remember how bad Mike Budenholzer was? It's interesting. The team with the coach that everybody thought stunk is 1 game away from winning the whole thing. The team that everybody thought the coach was great, they're about to get eliminated. Funny how that works. And then over the weekend, the revisionist Drew Holiday trade started to come up. Yeah, you mean the guy that couldn't get you better than the 8th seed ever? You trade Drew Holiday over and over and over and over again. You always make that trade. It's nice that he's the 4th guy on a team, but that's all he's ever going to be. The problem was in Philadelphia, he was the 1st guy. That's why they had to trade him. Context is always king, in the immortal words of Eric Bischoff. By the way, John Cena came back last night. I didn't watch the Money in the Bank, but he's all over my feed. Sports Bash Live, 97.3. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Phillies, should we believe? We'll get his thoughts on that coming up. right, 2:40 on a Monday. It was a good weekend. The Phils just 2 back. Is it time to buy into the Phils? McGarry said it. It was a must-win yesterday, and they got it done. His must-win column is Fridays in the Press of Atlantic City. But I think I saw you toss out your first must-win for the Phils all season. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. I thought that second game with Wheeler on the mound, I thought it was critical. I think you've got to put some distance between yourself and the 500 mark. And as well as they've been playing, I know it's only one game, but 47 and 45 is a lot better than 46 and 46. So I just felt in the second game yesterday that they had to take a step forward. And at the point, it looked like they could close within a game of the Mets because the Mets were down 6-0. The Mets rallied. But still, I think it's important for them to be 2 games up heading to play the Yankees on Tuesday night.
Yeah, while I'm not ready to go must win, I would agree that when Zach Wheeler pitches and you're playing the Marlins, you've got to win those games. And the one thing that I thought was encouraging, Mike, was a team that has been a pain in the ass for a couple of years now. You finally got 3 out of 4 against those little Nats.
Yeah, and I think especially, when you get the first 2 out of the 3, that's another reason I thought it was such a critical game. You want to get 3 out of 4, basically, and you got your best pitcher going. So you can't give those games away if you're going to expect to try to make the playoffs. You got Zach Wheeler going against the Marlins. You've taken the first 2 out of 3. You've got some momentum, the Real Muto walk-off home run. You've got to make it, those are the games that they won in 2007, 8, 9, 10 when they were successful. Those are games with automatic W's for them. The second game yesterday.
Yeah, I know, Mike. A lot of people looking at next Friday's trade deadline. Dave Dombrowski was on with John Clark in his podcast and essentially said, we're not selling. We're not selling pieces off here. It sounds as if the Phillies are going to go for this.
Yeah, I think you have to now, right? A lot can change in 10 days, though. It was just July 9th that they were 5 games out, and they were looking like, they were going to fade from the race. Now, 9 days later, they're 2 games out. So a lot can change in the next 10 days. But if they're within a game, 2, 3 games of the New York Mets, then I think you've got to stick it out. And I don't know if I'm a buyer or a seller. Maybe I'm more of a stand patter at that point and look at what they, look at kind of, I still think the team's core needs to be tweaked and improved, but maybe you wait to the offseason to do that if you're 2 to 3 games in front or behind the Mets at the trade deadline.
Yeah, now he seemed to indicate like, hey, Suarez, like if we got a guy that had Suarez's numbers, people would be excited about that. We are looking at him as a change and for the better. He mentioned Archie Bradley. He mentioned Bailey Falter. He mentioned now that Neris is not closing, that he's been better. I'm not sitting here telling you he thinks his bullpen's great, but if they didn't make a bullpen move, we can't buy into this team, right?
Yeah, the question is, when I say they can't, I don't know what they have to offer teams. What they do have to offer is money, right? They can take teams on. So if there's a reliever on a team with a high salary, that team wants to get rid of that reliever, doesn't want to pay that salary anymore, the Phillies can take that reliever on. I'm not so sold on the bullpen. We've seen Hector Neris pitch well in spurts before. Archie Bradley does seem to have straightened himself out and become more of what we envisioned him being when they signed him in the offseason. Ranger Suarez has saved 2 games, and, Jesus Aguilera took him deep on Saturday night. So, like I said, let's pump the brakes, on Ranger Suarez a little bit. The bullpen has been better. The flip side of that is it couldn't have got much worse. The other thing they're doing is they're out hitting some of their mistakes now, which is kind of what was envisioned for them when the season started. The bullpen blows the Saturday night game. Realmuto hits a 2-run home run. They're 10-4 in July. They're averaging 6 runs a game. They're doing what they were supposed to do, which was out-hit the bad bullpen, out-hit the bad defense, and That's what they're doing right now.
Yeah, that's something that he mentioned, Mike, was, hey, we've got to out-hit our bad defense. He acknowledged they're a poor defensive team. If they make a move, now there's some talk about Byron Buxton, Sterling Marte. Apparently they would like to upgrade center field. We don't think their offense is an issue, so would you have a problem if they bypassed the bullpen but got a player of that magnitude?
I think the 2 places you need to go to, I think you've got to bring in more relievers for the bullpen just because I just don't believe, okay, Bailey Falter comes in yesterday. gets a big strikeout. But, do I have any faith in him doing that consistently in the stretch of a pennant race? I don't know. I don't, Ranger Suarez, I'll take that day by day. I do think they have to upgrade center field. Adubel Herrera was slumping badly when he went on the injured list. Travis Jankowski has played well the past 2 or 3 weeks. It's a great story. I love the way he kind of has rebounded from that, that pinch running mishap that he had, when he was tagged out 2 unassisted. I guess that was last month. But do we have any faith in Travis Jankowski? 7 days a week, batting .330. So if you can get a Marte, you can get a Buxton and secure that center field spot, I think that's an excellent move.
Yankees, they're off tonight. Yankees next 2, and then 8 coming up against Atlanta and Washington. That will get them to the trade deadline. Just a gut feeling from you. When they get to that trade deadline, where will they be in the standings?
I think they'll be right where they are now. I think they'll be 2 to 3 games back. And because to me, we can talk all about the Phillies' flaws, but they're in a flawed division and they're chasing a flawed team in the New York Mets. I mean, the New York Mets are starting Jared Eichhoff tonight. I mean, they're in first place, but they're starting Jared Eichhoff against the Cincinnati Reds. If you told Met fans in July we'd be the Mets would be in first place and they'd be starting Jared Eichhoff, that's not what anybody signed up for in New York. So, and the Mets have Lindor on the injured list. They have DeGrom on the injured list. Their flaws are going to keep the Phillies in the race. So 10 days from now, I expect them to be kind of right where they are in a position where I think they're just going to have to maybe tweak around the edges, but stay with the core and go for it and try to make the postseason.
You think it's a 2-team race, or is this 3-4?
I think it's 3 teams. I don't have a lot of faith in the Washington Nationals. I would still be careful of the Braves, and the Braves show that they're not packing in anything because they went out and got Jock Peterson right over the past couple of days. So they easily could have been in a situation where, okay, Acuna gets hurt. They could have said, we won a lot in the past. Our best player got hurt. Maybe we fold our tents this year and come back next year and try again. That's not what the Braves have done. They've gone out and gotten Jock Peterson, and they played better as of late. So I think the Braves are going to be a team to watch, and I think that's why the 4 games with the Braves this weekend are huge.
Yep, they're big. And then, as you mentioned, you're not a big believer in Washington. You got 4 against them before the break. I think you got 8 games in the division coming up here. So this thing can get really interesting by that Friday deadline, right? I mean, if you play these 8 NL East games, you take care of business in some of these, you can start really, even if you don't pass the Mets, you can start separating from the teams behind you.
Right, and I think that's key. We've talked about that before. You don't want to having to be in a situation where you're in a race with 3 or 4 teams. You want to be the one team, like you said, if you don't pass the Mets, you want to be the one team that's clearly chasing down the Mets. You want to be that one team. You don't want to be in a group of 3 or 4 teams going after the Mets. You want to at least separate yourself there, and they have that opportunity if they take care of business against Atlanta and Washington before the deadline.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. The NBA Finals continuing. The Bucks are just 1 game away from winning this thing. You've heard the chants, Bucks in 6, and it's 1 game away now. Should we anticipate that the Bucks come home and close this thing out?
It certainly looks like it's set up for them. I mean, Chris Paul does not look that healthy. Obviously, I think his hand is bothering him. Giannis is playing great. I'll tell you what, in watching the games, Chris Middleton has played a lot better than I thought he was. He's been a much better player as far as making and creating big shots for himself and his teammates in the fourth quarter. He's done a much better job of that than I thought he would be. So everything looks tailor-made for the Milwaukee Bucks to win their first title since, Jabbar and Oscar Robertson won, I guess, in 1971.
Now, you had tweeted out over the weekend, revisionist history, that Drew Holiday once played for the Sixers. Like, they couldn't – if they were trying to build a team around Drew Holiday, they wouldn't have moved anywhere. They'd still be in the same spot they were 5 years ago.
Well, here's my issue with that. I just think it's ironic that the first guy to go in the process is now playing in an NBA final. And I just –
well, you did fail to mention that he got traded to New Orleans, and they got rid of him. He played with Anthony Davis, for God's sake.
Well, maybe that says more about Anthony Davis than it does Drew Holiday. But my point about Drew Holiday is this, and the whole process is this. I don't understand back then, and you go back in history, why was it so important that Drew Holiday go? I mean, I'm not saying he's a star player. I'm not saying you build it around him.
He was the one guy that had value before.
Okay, but you traded him for Nerlens Noel. Why was it important for Nerlens Noel to be on the team, but Drew Holiday not to be on the team? I'm not saying you keep Holiday, but maybe you keep Holiday an extra season or two. Maybe he turns into something different. I just don't understand at that point why, when you had a pretty good NBA player, why was it so important for him to go?
Well, I think the answer to that question is they were looking for a superstar level player. They realized that Drew Holiday was a nice player. That the problem was he was the best player on their team. You can't build a championship with him being the best player, and to get a better player than him when they keep making the playoffs in the 8th spot was the problem. So to start over, they had to Nerlens Noel was supposed to be the number 1 pick in that draft.
And he's turned up to be now a backup center in the NBA. Here's my only point is what was the rush? You had a good player in Drew Holiday. I'm not saying he was your number 1, number 2 guy. You still could have tanked. You still could have gone rebuilding and kept Holiday on the team. I don't know why you were so anxious to get rid of all your good players back then. Like, I don't know why he had to go for Nerlens Noel. Maybe he goes 2 years later in a trade for a draft pick. Maybe he goes, I'm not saying you keep him for all 7 years, but I'm just saying back then, what was the sense of urgency? Why was it so important for him to be off the team and Nerlens Noel to be on the team?
Well, I mean, it wasn't about Nerlens Noel per se, that it was you were getting I think it was the 6th pick in that draft. Plus you also had Michael Carter-Williams that you drafted in the 11th spot. So you were getting 2 players in that particular draft. By trading Drew Holiday away, you had a chance to get 2 guys to see if they were like, it's the whole Michael Carter-Williams trade. He was the rookie of the year, but they realized that he might just be a good player. He's not a great player. They were looking for Joel Embiid.
Right. But my other point would be that, obviously Holiday has shown that he can be part of a winning team. My whole problem with the process, again, is just the personnel decisions. I understand the theory behind it. It was the personnel decisions. And now I know and I was thinking about this the other day. You can go back since 2013, since the Sixers began the process. If you look at the Eastern Conference, right, you can say the Cleveland Cavaliers, Toronto, Milwaukee, Atlanta, Miami, and Boston have all accomplished more in the playoffs than the Sixers have. So you've gone through this whole process. Yeah, it got you Joel Embiid, but it puts you like in the 7th or 8th spot in the NBA Eastern Conference, which is in the middle, which is where the process was supposed to not land you, basically.
Right. You're absolutely. Look, the thought process, a good one. The transactions, not. They have made too many mistakes, and that's why they have not surpassed some of the teams. But the thought process of having Drew Holiday as your best player, you can't win a championship.
Yeah, I'm never saying that Drew Holiday was your best player. I'm saying he was a quality NBA player, and I'm saying you should have been so quick to what was the urgency that this process begins with Drew Holiday's got to go.
Well, why couldn't he play for you? That was the guy that New Orleans wanted to give you the 6th pick in the draft.
And you picked Nerlens Noel, who is a backup NBA center. I mean,
now he's a backup NBA center. You didn't know that then.
I would have rather have had Drew Holiday even back then. I think my point is, he's what Drew Holiday is, and I'm not saying he would have been on the Sixers for all these 8 years. My thinking is, you had some good players back.
They had Andre Iguodala, you had Evan Turner, they had Thaddeus Young. They had that was the core of players. They knew what that team was.
Right, but when I look at it, and again, you look at now Drew Holiday's in an NBA final. Iguodala played in an NBA final.
By the way, it took him 8 years to finally get to this point. Well, and by the way, if Brooklyn doesn't have injuries, Drew Holiday would have been out in the first round.
It's taken the Sixers 8 years to get to the second round. I mean, that's my point. Is that the decision making of the
Yes, a
were
lot of
bad. And to me, the first bad decision was saying, okay, Drew Holiday has got to go. I'm not saying he should have stayed there for 8 years, but I'm saying keep him. I think you could have done better than trading him for a draft pick than was turned out to be Nerlens Noel.
in hindsight, yes, they did not do very well with Nerlens Noel. Mike McGarry, Press of Atlantic City. Phillies off tonight. They'll play the Yankees the next two. Mike will be back on Wednesday. Thanks, man.
All right, we'll see you later.
All right. There was a lot in that conversation that we will have to revisit at some point to have a little fun. Yeah, and in hindsight, you trade Drew Holiday, you get Nerlens Noel. It hasn't worked out because Nerlens Noel was not the player that you hoped. But that's the whole point was you knew what Holiday was, a player that was going to get you 7th or 8th seeds. You are taking the swing in the hope that one of the picks turns into Joel Embiid. All right, hour two of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Kevin Durso will give us his thoughts on the Flyers trade in about 19 minutes from now. You can get grades on the Flyers trade from 3 NHL insiders over at 97.3ESPN.com. The Flyers acquired defenseman Ryan Ellis for Phil Myers and Nolan Patrick. Patrick was then shipped off to Vegas in a separate trade. So the Flyers had a veteran defenseman. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. I do want to get back to some of the things that McGarry and I were just kind of going back and forth on. A lot of people, I saw so many people over the weekend. It was like Drew Holiday all of a sudden became the MVP of the league or something. And I get it. He is a very good player. This is not to take anything away from Holiday. And guess what? His defense has been a huge factor in this series. Drew Holiday's defense in this series has become a huge factor. He has really changed, I think, the way this series has, the outlook of the series because of the way he has defended Chris Paul. That first game, they couldn't figure out what to do. And then all of a sudden, boom, after the first 2 games, they were having some problems. And Drew Holiday, who had a monster game with 27 points, 13 assists, 3 steals in the game, he has been the difference-making player defensively. And it kind of goes to show you how important it is to have that defensive stopper out on the perimeter, with a guy like Chris Paul, who had a good game on, Saturday night, I guess that game was. He had like 20 points, 11 assists. Key turnover late, kind of forced there by Drew Holiday. I think, look, I have to kind of go back, but that trade that the Sixers made for Drew Holiday, it was a admission that they understood that they were kind of stuck in this spot, and to do it, to kind of shake things up. What do we keep talking about with the Phillies? They got to shake their core up, which is funny because McGarry, in the same breath that says the Phillies need to kind of shake their core up, is willing to say, well, the Sixers didn't have to trade Drew Holiday. Well, they didn't have to, but if they wanted to go back into another season with that core together, you knew what the end result was going to be before the season even started. Drew Holiday, Evan Turner, Thaddeus Young, Andre Iguodala, that group of guys. Now, they had traded Iguodala away, and they went and got Andrew Bynum in that deal. But the execution has been the bigger problem, not the thought process. The thought process worked for the Sixers. The execution was a disaster in certain areas. When they trade Drew Holiday, it's an admission that we have an all-star player, but we want a superstar player. Why is Let's Make a Deal such a popular game show in its time? Because there's something behind door number 1, door number 2, and door number 3. They're always offering you something different. Hey, you can have this. We'll show you what it is. You can have this prize right here. But there's always something behind door number 2. The Sixers knew what they had. They had a prize. Here's the prize. It's presented to you. Drew Holiday. But there could be something behind door number 2, and there could be something behind door number 3. And if you want to give up on Drew Holiday, you might be getting something that's even better than him. And that is the game that they were playing. It didn't necessarily mean that they were going to get the picks right. But the admission that I have a player who's only good enough to get me so far. So I have no criticism of them making that trade. Now, you could say, go back to the 2013 NBA draft, and hey, you missed on the pick. Well, realistically, they got the guy that most people thought was going to be the number 1 pick in the draft, Nerlens Noel, who ended up having a major knee injury, and that's why he fell to number 6. Now, you could say, hey, they had that 6th pick in the draft. They could have done a lot better, and they probably could have. I mean, they could have taken C.J. McCollum in that spot. They could have taken Giannis Antetokounmpo in that spot. But other than that, that draft just did not have a player that was a difference maker. Victor Oladipo had about a year in this league where he was a really good player. Otto Porter is an overpaid guy. The rest of that draft is just not a good draft. I mean, really, in that draft, the only players, Oladipo has turned into a starter. Porter, he is what he is. He's not, put it this way, neither of those two are changing your franchise. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, rotational player. Trey Burke, not even a rotational player, was the 9th pick in that draft. The only guys in that first round, really, you take a look at C.J. McCollum, Steven Adams, Kelly Olynyk has been a nice NBA player, not a game changer. Giannis Antetokounmpo. Dennis Schroeder was the 17th pick in that draft. Tony Snell has been a nice rotational player. Solomon Hill has been a decent rotational player. But Rudy Gobert, you've got the defensive player of the year. He was drafted at number 27. There just wasn't a guy in that draft, really. I think, actually, if I go back and my memory serves, in that particular draft class, no, I was going to say I thought that maybe Nikola Jokic was in that draft in the second round, but he was not in that particular draft. But it's not like you could sit here and say, well, you could have had him with the 6th pick in the draft. The reason you make the deal is you are taking the opportunity to upgrade with an unknown over something that is known. I know what Drew Holiday is. Now, that doesn't mean the guy that you're taking is guaranteed to be better than him, but you have enough information on Holiday to make the decision on, hey, how far can we get if this guy is one of our top players? Well, they've made the decision. We are probably going to be about a 6, 7, 8, maybe a non-playoff team, which was proven. That's all they really were. Now, I get the argument is, well, that's all they are now, is a team that gets to the second round and keeps getting knocked out. You're absolutely right about that. The execution has been poor, but the thought process is completely just. Unless you wanted to stick with where you were, right? 609-403. 0973 609-403-0973. Keep your text messages coming and let me know. Hey, I think a lot of people out there listening would have said, hey, I would have rather stuck with Drew Holiday. Here's the problem. If you would have had Drew Holiday, you're not getting Joel Embiid. And you might say, well, who cares? We have Joel Embiid and we're still getting knocked out in the second round. I got news for you. Even those Sixer teams weren't getting to the second round. Drew Holiday didn't get to the second round of the playoffs. So, yeah, the Sixers have been filled with some disappointing results and endings to their seasons. However, just because Drew Holiday, who, by the way, has finally made it 8 seasons after being traded by Philadelphia, we seem to conveniently forget that he played for another organization and didn't help them do anything either. Look, I like Drew Holiday. I think he's a really good player. I would have loved to have seen Drew Holiday on a team like this. The Sixers could have used a player like him, a defensive-minded, grinding point guard who could shoot the ball a little bit. Not a great shooter. He's had some struggles in this series, but he would be a guy much like a Kyle Lowry type of player, a veteran, grinding, physical, defensive player on the perimeter. He'd be a great addition to this type of team. But let's please not go back. Let's have context here. Let's not go back and say to ourselves, man, they really messed up by trading Drew Holiday. I don't think that that's really the case. Now, there's plenty of other deals that they had made through along the way that messed up. You know, I think we can go back and say, hey, trading for Zaire Smith was probably not a good deal. No, not probably not a good deal. Definitively not a good deal. They made plenty of mistakes along the way where you had unknowns for unknowns. But when you had knowns, like they traded Michael Carter-Williams, people were pissed the day they traded Michael Carter-Williams. He was the rookie of the year. What are you doing? That worked out for them. They had a known in Michael Carter-Williams. They had an idea of what he was going to be. Now, when you make the deal and what you take in return, it doesn't necessarily guarantee that that player is going to be better, but you can't go back in hindsight and say, well, we would be better off with Drew Holiday. They probably wouldn't be any different. Over on the text board, Mike, agree the execution was the problem. The Sixers front office did not realize the league would become guard-driven. Drafting Noel and Okafor was terrible in retrospect. Dame and others were there, Okafor as well as others. Big man after big man was odd to begin with, especially with Joel. Well, there's a couple of things there. Joel, remember, missed 2 full seasons. They drafted him before Okafor and then took Okafor in the thought of, hey, well, if Joel Embiid never plays, let's get they just kept drafting the best player. It had nothing to do with big man after big man after big man. They were just drafting the best player available. It was all about trying to find a superstar player. Many people thought Okafor was going to be the first pick in that draft. Well, you're right. The league kind of started to evolve right during that time. The leagues kind of started to evolve a little bit. But a lot of people thought Okafor was going to be the first pick in the draft. And then as the draft process started to kind of evolve, Karl Anthony Towns kind of passed it. But Okafor was the number 1 player by most accounts from high school. Then he wins the national championship. He was number 1 on the draft boards, and then he kind of faded a little bit. But the Sixers just kept saying, we're just going to take the best player available. It didn't really have anything to do with position. And that's essentially how they ended up with Joel Embiid. Was at number 3, they said, we're just going to take the best guy. A lot of teams passed on Embiid. Not a lot of teams. 2 teams passed on Embiid because they were afraid of the injury. But the execution, in the end, hindsight, yes, the execution did give them a lot of problems. Tom in the Villa says, we could have had a lot of guys in the draft, but would they have been as successful here as they are now? Sometimes the right situation makes a huge difference for a lot of players. Yeah, like if you're telling me if Giannis Antetokounmpo came to the Sixers, would he have been as successful here? I don't know. I think it's a good question. I think he works in Milwaukee because, like Budenholzer or not, Budenholzer does a good job with how they use him. You know, what did we talk about? I didn't bring it up the other day, but I forget who was on the show with us that talked about the fact that Brett Brown did a really good job with Ben Simmons. The problem was he didn't do as good of a job with Joel Embiid. Now, Simmons was a lot more effective and a lot more productive with Brett Brown as the coach than he was with Doc Rivers as the coach in terms of offense, scoring points per game, etc., all that stuff. And because of that, Joel Embiid was not as big a focus of the offense as he was with Doc Rivers. 609-403-0973. Keep your text messages coming, 609-403-0973. This one says, Mike is dead wrong as usual. Yeah, McGarry's wrong a lot. You're right about that. Mike McGarry is incorrect a lot. Keep the text coming. You know what's funny? I'll get the text message that says Mike is wrong a lot, and then I'll get the next text message that says, man, you're always spot on. There's never a consensus. I get that. Some people don't think I'm right. Some people think I'm right. It's all opinion. No one's right or wrong. I'm not right or wrong. I'm not even grading myself as right or wrong. I'm not right or wrong. It's all just my opinion. Your opinion is different from mine. It doesn't mean you're right or wrong either. I'm not telling you you're wrong. It's just the way that you would do things. I would do it differently. I would make the trade for Drew Holiday and draft. I don't know that I would have drafted Nerlens Noel if I had a chance to do it again. Of course I wouldn't. Knowing what I know now, I wouldn't draft Nerlens Noel. I would have drafted Giannis Antetokounmpo if I had the 6th pick in the draft. And now, knowing what I know, of course you would make that trade. That's why you make the trade, because you traded Drew Holiday for the potential of getting someone. If that someone was Giannis Antetokounmpo, you'd be a fool not to make that trade. Speaking of trades, How did the Flyers do in theirs? Our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso, has the answer coming up next. All right, 3:20 on a Monday. The Flyers stole the headlines over the weekend. We'll have the latest on the trades and what it means. Plus, the expansion draft is coming up. Who's protected? Who was unprotected? Some big names. Kevin Durso covers the Flyers for 97.3 ESPN.com. It was a little quiet for the Fly guys, but Kevin, we heard Chuck Fletcher speak a week ago, and then he got active over the weekend, pull off a deal, and he makes a trade sending the former number 2 overall pick in the draft, Nolan Patrick, and 24-year-old defenseman Phil Myers to Nashville. Well, Patrick went to Vegas after that for veteran defenseman Ryan Ellis. So it seems that the national talking heads are giving the Flyers high marks for this grade. Everywhere I've seen, they have been graded an A for this deal. So how did you view the deal that Chuck Fletcher made on Saturday?
This is a guy I think I've had my eye on like they have for a long time. I like Ryan Ellis's game. He seems to fit the bill of what they need. To me, this is the type of guy they needed to go out and get, someone who plays in all situations, handles the top pairing workload well, and can certainly do all of the little things you need to stabilize that top pairing, just the way that Matt Niskanen did. I think that there's a few minor differences in his game than Matt Niskanen's, but for the most part, they are relatively similar in a lot of ways, down to their leadership abilities and the ability that they have to not only stabilize a pairing with Ivan Provorov, but also to be a mentor for the rest of the defensemen and kind of lead by example. So I think that this was a great fit. It checked all the boxes that the Flyers needed. You can use him in any situation. He'll play a lot of minutes for you, and you've got a long-term commitment as well, which I think was important.
Yeah, I guess the Niskanen thing is big. He abruptly retires on them. They never filled that void. You think Ellis not only fills that void, but maybe is a better fit than even Matt Niskanen was?
Yeah, I think so. And, I think that for some reason or another, and I don't know if it's just coincidence or whatever, but they keep coming back to Nashville a lot when it comes to making deals. The Flyers and the Predators make a lot of trades with each other. And this is just another example of it. It's a reminder. It's very reminiscent of what happened many years ago. The Flyers kind of came off of another disappointing year, unacceptable year, and then went out and started making offseason moves. And they acquired a defenseman who was in his 30s from Nashville, fit the same bill, and ended up being pretty good in Philadelphia, and that was Kimmo Timonen. So you've got a guy who kind of plays similarly in that sense, can certainly help your power play, is a very good defensive defenseman as well. Chuck Fletcher noted how good his transition ability is in terms of moving the puck out of your own zone and getting guys going the other way so that you have to defend less per se, which can certainly help cut down on goals against if you're moving the puck out smoothly and creating offense from it. So I think that all of that plays out well for them.
Obviously, the age and the contract. Is there some concern there?
Maybe a little bit at the end, but honestly, I was a fan of this because of the fact that I think that in the grand scheme of things, when we listened to the other names that came up as a defenseman who could fit the same description of playing top pair minutes, it kept coming back to Seth Jones and Dougie Hamilton. Dougie Hamilton's going to demand a lot on the free agent market. You're talking about a 7-year deal north of $8 million a year. And that's similarly a contract that I think you're going to regret down the line as it gets down to it. You're going to just lock yourself up again when it comes to cap space. The Seth Jones one is interesting because they definitely were involved with Columbus and trying to work out a deal there as well. But if Seth Jones wasn't going to commit beyond this season, I think the last thing Chuck Fletcher wanted was another Matt Niskanen situation where you get the solution for one season and then you're back looking for something else, or to have to negotiate that deal. What they know is you get 6 years with Ryan Ellis. It's at $6.25 million a year, and you can factor that in moving forward. So now you can address the other areas, knowing what you owe the top pairing defenseman that you have for the long-term future.
How do you see, we don't know what else is going to happen here, but obviously you would think Provorov and Ellis would play on the top pair. That leaves Sanheim with who?
I think it leaves Sanheim with someone who might not be here yet. Honestly, I think that that's another area that they would like to try to address. I think if I had to pick somebody who's currently on the roster, I would say Justin Braun, but I think that they would prefer if Justin Braun was on the third pairing, maybe with somebody like Cam York, if he's the guy who comes up and fills in a role there, especially if someone like Shane Gostisbehere is no longer on the roster. Then I think that Cam York has a shot at that opening slot there. You put Justin Braun with him, who's a veteran, who can stabilize his game a little bit because he plays in a defensive zone. And I think that the guy that they would really want to play with Sanheim, you got to go out there and try to get it maybe. And I think names like David Savard and Adam Larson are two that are out there that could certainly be attractive to the Flyers if they were to look for someone who can very similarly to Ryan Ellis stabilize that second pairing too.
What'd you think of the compensation? Were you comfortable giving up Myers and giving up on Nolan Patrick?
Yeah, I was, and I'll tell you why, because you have to give to get a little bit, obviously, but I think that when it comes down to it, Phil Myers, he could go on to become a really good player in this league. There's no question. He's already shown signs of that in the past. I don't believe he's going to be a top pairing defenseman. No, I think his peak is probably second pair. And honestly, you don't really have time to let him grow into that role or see if he pans out as a top pairing guy without addressing this issue. It was the biggest need they had in the offseason, and they took care of it. Nolan Patrick's a totally different story. I think that the writing was on the wall for him, that he struggled in every season that he's played at the NHL level, and he's gone long periods of time with a lack of production and some nights where he just looks downright invisible. And then you have the injuries and, the concussions early in his career, the migraine syndrome that caused him to miss an entire season. I just don't think it was going to work out here. So it's a failed draft pick, no question about it. Could the change of scenery? He's got familiarity in Vegas with the GM, Kelly McCrimmon, who was actually his GM and head coach for a brief period of time with the Brandon Wheat Kings when he played juniors. So he's got familiarity there. Maybe that changes things for him, and he could become a better player. I just don't think there was any chance it was happening in Philadelphia. So to not only get something for him at this stage of his career, but to address your biggest need and to do it without giving up a lot of things that could have been involved in that deal. You didn't give up somebody who was even more established at the NHL level. It didn't start with a Travis Konechny or Travis Sanheim. It didn't start with a prospect like Morgan Frost or Cam York, and it didn't start with your current first-round pick, which certainly is still on the table. Chuck Fletcher said as much. The fact that you have all of that still in your pocket, ready to go for whatever you may need if you choose to do anything with that, and still address this huge issue that was facing you this offseason, says a lot.
Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider. Flyers make that deal over the weekend. Ryan Ellis is here. Patrick is out. Myers is out. And now what's next? Well, let's take a look, Durso. First off, what's next on the checklist, do you think, for Chuck Fletcher?
That's an interesting one, because certainly I think that, as I mentioned, another defenseman who can play with Sanheim and be in the second pairing would be an ideal thing to go get. They need a third-line center or somebody who can play center in the middle six, kind of where Nolan Patrick was playing previously. They need a backup goaltender. And yet we keep coming back to these rumblings about Vladimir Tarasenko. And that would be a goal scorer. That would be a guy who can excite some people. And it's interesting. I don't know if it's going to go any further than these rumors per se, but nonetheless, all of those areas are areas of need. So I don't know that you can actually pick one and just say that one's more important than the other at this point. You've already taken care of the most important one. You're going to need a goalie. I think that that's maybe the next most important one, just because you're going to need someone to play behind Carter Hart. But beyond that, getting another forward who can play a decent two-way game, getting a defenseman for Sanheim, and certainly if you can address scoring on top of it, by all means, go for it.
He was left unprotected, correct?
Yes, he was.
Flyers unprotected list. Anything stand out to you?
Not especially. I think maybe a little surprised that it was Nick Aube-Kubel over James Van Riemsdyk. I think when they traded Nolan Patrick, a lot of people thought James Van Riemsdyk was going to get the protected slot just because he did have a solid year last year, all things considered. I mean, the team was not very good, obviously, but he did put up and produce good numbers throughout the season nonetheless. And yet it seems like the message is very clear from the Flyers with who they did protect and who they didn't. Nick Aube-Kubel is 25 years old. He's a role player. He's making just over $1 million on the cap. And when you look at that, he was quite possibly your best forechecking forward, best play driver 2 seasons ago when you had a lot of success. He might be one of these young players that you're banking on to turn it around next year and not willing to give up on so easily, and figuring why let him be unprotected and go to a team like Seattle and only lose $1 million off of your cap when you could do so much more if you could get rid of one of these larger contracts. I think they're trying to back Seattle into a corner. I think they want Seattle to take one of these contracts. At worst, if it's Shane Gostisbehere, you get $4.5 million. At best, if it's Jake Voracek, you get $8.25 million in cap space. And that opens up some doors for you to do some things. So I think that's really what, and again, I think the other two options beyond those three big names, because James Van Riemsdyk is a $7 million cap hit, so that would certainly add some cap space. I think the other two options beside that, Justin Braun's 34 years old and a veteran defenseman who's going to be on the last year of his contract, and Robert Haig's in the final year of his contract and probably a 6th or 7th defenseman at best. I don't think that you're leaving him unprotected and like not admitting that you're okay with losing a guy like that, because you can probably go out and replace that much more easily than the Matt Niskanen type like we saw over the last season, or much more easily than maybe guys who you have protected, like your Travis Konechny's, Sean Couturier's, guys like that. So you're protecting guys that you feel like you can't replace as easily, and I think you're leaving guys exposed that you go, it either opens up the door to do some big things with the cap, or you don't mind losing them.
Yeah, let's play hypothetically. Let's say Voracek got taken by Seattle. What does that now do for the offseason?
It depends on what they do with that to a degree, because the rumor with Vladimir Tarasenko involves Jake Voracek heavily. And if that's how you choose to replace Voracek's cap hit and basically get a player who plays the same position, makes $750,000 less per year and has one fewer year on his contract remaining, you give yourself somewhat a little bit more flexibility to an extent, because you're replacing him and giving yourself a little extra money and one fewer year. And it's kind of the lesser of two evils at that point with the contracts. If you don't get a player like Tarasenko, then you've got a lot of money. You're going to have probably in the range of $17.5 million of cap space to fill. You'll probably need another forward at that point beyond the third line center that we're talking about with Patrick being gone, but to fill 2 forward slots, depending on how you want to do it, the defenseman slot I talked about, the backup goalie, you have some room to play with there. And let's say that in addition to Voracek, that if Voracek's the guy who gets picked by Seattle and that opens up the cap space that way, that you don't now try to also find a dance partner in the trade market for Shane Gostisbehere too and open up another $4.5 million. Now you're up over $20 million in cap space. All of a sudden you just created, this is what I was talking about last week with you, where this is getting creative to try to find ways to give yourself possibilities. And certainly this first trade for Ryan Ellis, and by not giving up really many assets at all and holding on to the possibility that Seattle can take this one of these contracts and give you some cap space and addressing your biggest need on top of it, that was getting creative. And Chuck Fletcher got off to a pretty solid start there with his offseason. All
right. We'll keep an eye on that. When is the expansion draft? The
expansion draft's Wednesday night. I wouldn't be surprised if, there's rumors flying around like crazy. I mean, the big one was that Carey Price was left unprotected by Montreal, and there's questions about his health, whether or not Seattle's going to sign off on still taking him, even though he may have health issues. It's going to be interesting because there's certainly a lot going on, and the Flyers seem to be right in the middle of it, because I'm pretty sure at this point I've seen at least 3 or 4 names, with Tarasenko, David Savard, Adam Larson. There was rumors involving Rasmus Ristolainen from Buffalo. They're doing exactly what I thought they would do, which is checking in on just about everything you can.
Kevin Durso covers the Flyers for 97.3 ESPN.com. And, as you kind of hinted at, this could be the first of a couple of moves now for Chuck Fletcher. Are there current guys on the roster that should be keeping their cell phone handy?
Oh, that's good. I'm not sure how many of them. I think there's a few that know they're safer than others. Like, I think that they certainly, with the protection list, Claude Giroux doesn't need to worry about anything. Claude Giroux can enjoy the last few months of the summer and not have to worry about anything. I think Kevin Hayes is in that boat as well. Ivan Provorov is, Carter Hart is, Sean Couturier is. But I think that there's a lot of people. I mean, I even think that even if you're Travis Konechny at this point, and I really think that by getting their biggest offseason need and not even going near that in terms of compensation, I think he's safe. But even that, you just never know. It depends on what they feel like they need to give up to get what they really want. I do think for sure, and certain, kind of the thing I was thinking about yesterday after, we chatted quickly about me coming on today, was I don't think this is the last time you're going to be talking to me this week, because I feel like there's certainly more coming. The draft pick thing already, as far as I'm concerned, I think that I'd be shocked if that wasn't traded. If he doesn't trade his first round pick, for sure, something.
Okay, so if you're trading your first round pick, because in hockey, that's a little different from trading your first round pick in, say, at the NBA or football.
Right.
What is your anticipation of getting back in return for a pick of that magnitude?
I'd be curious to see what direction he goes with it. If I've heard the reported trade that was, and this was from the guys at Crossing Broad who had this, that the reported trade possibility for Vladimir Tarasenko anyway would be that Jake Voracek would go over with a draft pick that was not a first to get Tarasenko from Seattle, who Seattle would select from St. Louis, and then Seattle's pick from Philly would be Robert Haig. And somehow or other it would line up. There was kind of a little bit of confusion whether or not Voracek would end up in Seattle or end up in St. Louis, but one way or the other, Vladimir Tarasenko would end up on the Flyers, and it wouldn't cost them anything more than 2 players and a draft pick that's somewhere in the middle, not the first. I would think that the first would be kind of required to get a player of that stature, even though certainly there's not a lot of leverage for any team who's going to give up Tarasenko, just given his situation, how he's done in St. Louis. That's the bottom line. He's done. And they don't have much leverage.
He was left unprotected. Seattle would take him, and they are now almost taking trade offers for him before they've even taken him.
Possibly. I mean, there's no guarantees they're definitely taking him, but the idea is that maybe what the Flyers are doing is kind of chatting with Seattle and saying, if you take this guy, if you take Tarasenko, we'll offer you this to get him, and then you can also select this guy in return also to kind of make up for the fact that that's how they get somebody from every team, like they have to do. Right. So there's definitely a side deal being worked possibly here.
Just to be clear for the people, because the expansion draft a couple of years ago with Vegas, it's the same. They get one guy from every team.
Right. And then they have the flexibility kind of to do with that whatever they would like to. So if they select Tarasenko from St. Louis and then decide to move him, then that's their choice to do so. And they still honored the obligation of taking somebody from every team. It would certainly be interesting. I'm certainly not, after seeing that report and all that stuff, I'm not saying that means that Tarasenko is going to be a Flyer.
Right.
There's the possibility. I certainly smell smoke with that one. I think that there's a big possibility of it, and it would certainly, if nothing else, because I know there's health concerns with him, and I know that there's a lot around it, but certainly this would be a type of player, on top of the fact that you went out and addressed your biggest need with a trade to get Ryan Ellis. I think this would certainly get the attention. I think a lot of people now with the Ellis trade, you've got people on the hook again. Like, you've got people's attention. Now you could reel them in even further if you go out and get basically a star talent. And because I don't think a lot of debate on whether or not he's going to ever get back to the form he was with his health, but no one's going to argue that Vladimir Tarasenko is a name that everybody recognizes.
Right.
So that would certainly get attention.
There's further intrigue, Kevin, right or wrong, by the fact that Dave Haxtell is the coach in Seattle, and he may have a preference of, hey, I want this guy because I know what he can do, or he fits what I want to do. So we don't know which of the Flyers that is, but I'm sure there's some leverage that the Flyers can say, knowing that, hey, he had a really good relationship with this guy or this guy or this guy, so that's another intrigue for Wednesday.
Sure, and I think it's also fair to look at the fact that for a guy like Jake Voracek specifically, that Chuck Fletcher has admitted they've had that conversation. They've talked about the possibility that everybody knows they need to get better, and it might involve moving on. It might be time. And it seems like both sides understand that. So there's a lot of unpredictability here in terms of the types of guys that could be going. You could see a lot of different things happen. And I certainly at this point, now Ryan Ellis is the first of these players. I wouldn't be shocked if he's one of probably at least 3 or 4 new faces on this team. It might be pretty unrecognizable as you enter training camp, and you have to kind of play a get to know you game with these guys, because there's going to be new faces for sure.
Kevin Durso, he said he anticipates that he'll be back on the show sometime later this week, which means the Flyers would have made another move. But Wednesday, there's going to be something happening, obviously, because that's the night of the expansion draft. So one of those players, Voracek, JVR, Gostisbehere, Haig, or Braun, will not be here. Are they the only 5?
I mean, there's a whole long list of players, but basically they're mostly minor league depth type of guys. So more or less, I think that Seattle's not going to be looking at anything like that. And I think that that's the reason why Aube-Kubel was protected too, is because I really believe the Flyers think if they left him unprotected with the very small cap hit, the potential, at his age, that was the easy pick for Seattle. And you've just made it tougher on them by saying, here's a bunch of big contracts, or an aging veteran defenseman, or a guy who probably is more of a role player on your blue line, if that's the way you want to go, but not a guy who's cheap at 25 years old and $1 million.
So the best case scenario Wednesday would be what?
I mean, the best case scenario, regardless of if they get anything back in a side deal, would be one of those 3 contracts going. I mean, I think that Gostisbehere would probably be the obvious choice if it's just taking a contract. I just have this feeling, and there's certainly a lot of rumblings around about it, that something bigger is happening beyond just taking a player for Seattle. I think that there's something more to this than just, it's as easy as taking Shane Gostisbehere and that's the end of the discussion. I think there's more to it than that.
All right, Kevin Durso, at Kevin_Durso. Keep it locked to him. The next couple days for Flyer fans out there are going to be very interesting. We'll see if Chuck Fletcher pulls the trigger on another deal between now and then, or even on expansion draft night, which is Wednesday. And Kevin, we will check back in. Thanks, man.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mike.
All right, that's Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider, and you can follow him at Kevin_Durso. And he, like all guests here on the Sports Bash today, are brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. They want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt, 6211 Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. So the Eagles start camp a week from tomorrow. ESPN.com ranked the 32 organizations, over the next 3 seasons. Where did the Eagles land on that list? I'll break it down coming up next here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. All right, thanks to Durso jumping on board. As always, our Flyers insider Kevin Durso does a great job covering the Flyers. Go to 973ESPN.com right now. Check out the Flyers expansion protection list. Read more about the Flyers trade, what they gave up, and the grades from 3 NHL insiders right now at 973ESPN.com. I'm Mike Gill. You can hit the studio up at 609-403-0973. That's our text board, 609-403-0973. You can download the free mobile app and text us through the app. Just tap the app and send us a message through your free mobile app. Or if you're watching the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, you can always leave a message on the video stream, and we'll get to that as well. And, of course, you can hit us up at 609-573-3776. By the way, somebody asked, what grades do they give Nashville and Vegas for the trade? Well, that's a good question. The grades for Nashville and Vegas. Now, ESPN.com gave out the grades. Everybody seemed to think the Flyers did pretty well, as did our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso, who said this was a guy that he's been really zoning in on. So keep that in mind, that the one thing about the trade, I think it's kind of like we were talking about before with the Drew Holiday stuff. The Flyers in this instance went for the known player. Nashville went for the unknown player. Not so much unknown, but Phil Myers, not a lot of experience, was an undrafted player. Was really a very good story for the Flyers. He was an undrafted guy, kind of came through the system and ended up becoming a player that they actually, got something from. But at 24 years old, still somewhat of an unknown for the Philadelphia Flyers. So they decide, okay, we don't know much about him. We'll send him to you. We're going to take the known player. So in this instance, the Flyers, we were talking about the Drew Holiday Sixers trade from a bunch of years ago. The Flyers acted as the New Orleans Pelicans, and in some extent, not fully, because Phil Myers did play some NHL games, under his belt. He does have a season, multiple seasons under his belt. He played about 115 NHL games, but he's still, 24 years old. I don't know that we know his full potential. But the Flyers definitely got the more experienced player in the deal. There's no question about that. Myers had a goal and 11 points in 44 games last year. He was a minus 10 on the season. And if you want to check out the trade and the details, go to our website, 973ESPN.com. All right, good stuff from Durso as always. And he said he would anticipate something else happening this week. And if it does, we will check back in with him here on the Sports Bash. So we did a little Phil stuff. I want to get into this Eagles stuff. Now, ESPN.com did their future rankings for 3 years down the road. Now, I was kind of anticipating that the NFL future power rankings, that the Eagles, it's projections for all 32 teams over the next 3 seasons. And keep this in mind. It says which NFL teams are set up the best from now through 2023. And the way that they do this, all right, there is a weighted system here. It has to do with your roster overall, 30%. Your quarterback is 20%. So that's 50% here. Your draft, 15%. Your front office, 15%. And coaching, 20%. So they use a comprehensive ranking based on how well each team is positioned for the future. Now, keep this in mind. The Eagles have potentially 3 first-round picks next year. So you would think that they would be looked at as potentially in a good spot. Well, we were wrong. According to this formula, the Eagles' overall score was 66, which put them in a very bad situation. Close to average, but very bad. If you were 100, that's an A+. If you were a 90, Between 90 and 100, you're great. If you're between 80 and 90, very good. So the Eagles came in at 66. They were close to average right now. Their overall roster, minus the quarterback, the score was 66.5. Not good. NFL ranked 28. The quarterback, NFL score was 62.3. NFL rank was 30. Not good at all. Coaching, rank was 31. The draft, they came in at 27, and the front office, they came in at 27. So this is the interesting part to me. It says why they're here. It didn't really give me a clear indication of why they were ranked so low. It says the roster in Philly right now is a unique blend of veterans who can help you win. Okay. The first sentence you gave me is that I have veterans that can help me win. Lane Johnson, Fletcher Cox, Jason Kelsey, Darius Slay, etc. They didn't list Brandon Graham in there, but yeah. And a young core that could be the foundation of the future. With potentially 3 first-round picks next year, the Eagles can be aggressive if desired next offseason when a more palpable cap situation is upon them. New head coach Nick Sirianni has a chance to groom Jalen Hurts this year, but roster has clear spots to upgrade on both sides of the ball. Now, there was nothing so negative in there, right, that would suggest to me that they should be the 30th ranked team over the next 3 years. They've got a lot of interesting talent on the offensive side of the ball, which they do list later on in the article. It says what could change for the better. Philly finally has young, promising skill players on offense. The Eagles aged quickly on the perimeter, but the nucleus of Dallas Goedert, Devonta Smith, and Jalen Reagor will be a threat. Goddard is a top 10 tight end right now, and Smith has a low bust threshold. The man knows how to get open. The thing that I thought was the most interesting part of all this, though, is the biggest worry. And it's the lack of philosophical alignment and relationship management between the coaching staff and the front office. You would think by hiring a new coach that they would all at least start off on the same page. So I don't know that I'm as worried about that as they seem to be. So if I'm looking at some of these situations and you're telling me the Eagles are 30th on the power rankings for the next 3 seasons, I'm not sure that I agree with that. Yeah, Cincinnati has Joe Burrow. They're ranked right ahead of you. The Raiders, you're telling me that you feel much better about where the Raiders are? Again, this goes back to 3 years from now. The Eagles could have 3 first-round picks next year. That's a lot of 3 players is a pretty big haul of guys to change things for the better. I like where I am much better than I like where those teams are, where Atlanta is, where it's interesting. The next team in the NFC East is the Giants at number 25. The big problem with the Giants is the quarterback is ranked 28th and the front office is ranked 29th. They don't have a lot of faith in those guys. We'll talk more football with Jeff Mosher coming up on the other side for football at 4 here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. As Jeff Mosher and the guys over at InsideTheBirds.com dropped their latest podcast this morning, and they've got some stories. It was a good edition today. Go take a listen to that over at Inside the Birds, wherever you get your podcasts. Training camp previews continue with Jeff Mosher. Some of the things that are up for grabs starting Tuesday of next week. We got all that and more coming up here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Hollywood, you are more than welcome to not pay attention. That's okay.
97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Jeff Mosier.
I think our track record in the last 20 years, how many NFC East titles, playoff appearances, and appearances in the NFC Championship game, those are some of the metrics I look at, and I'll compare our record with almost anybody.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios. This is Football at 4.
Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and brought to you this hour by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. Mike Gill, Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is here. We are 1 week and 1 day before the start of Eagles training camp. There are some training camps that open this week. Dallas and Pittsburgh among them. The Eagles will get started on Tuesday, the 27th. So Eagles football is essentially back, Moach. It's essentially back.
Essentially, it is, but not yet. We're almost there. The bigger surprise to me is that there are some teams that get their rookies to show up earlier. I think the Jaguars, for example, are having their rookies show up a couple of days before veterans. And I don't know if that was an opportunity any team could have had. You would think that the Eagles, would have tried to jump on that kind of an opportunity if it was there, but I'm not sure why there's a discrepancy. Why Eagles rookies and vets are reporting on the same times. Yeah, Jags rookies show up tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see why the Eagles wouldn't take advantage of that, considering Devonta Smith would be nice to get out there early and see some early reps there. What about we're a week away? You anticipate Zach Ertz rolling into training camp on Tuesday?
Well, if I'm him, I do. I don't want to incur any fines, and I want to force the team's hand, as we've talked about before. If I'm the Eagles and I don't plan on Zach Ertz being, on my team this year, I can't get him hurt. I can't risk that. So if he shows up, then what do I do with Zach Ertz? Do I just politely tell him to work out on the side? I'm sure he'd be fine with that, not having to do a rigorous training camp, but it's just kind of a bad look all around. So you'd like to think that I do think that there will be movement. Like today, I think the Steelers signed Melvin Ingram, correct? The pass rusher.
I did see they were talking to him. I don't know that it's official.
Oh, okay. Well, I do think you're going to see some of those last-minute moves made. Yeah, it looks like the Steelers are going to sign.
It just happened around 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a few things happen in the next 5-6 days before camps open, and it would not surprise me if something happened Eagles related, just because of we know that the Zach Ertz situation's out there. Steven Nelson's still a free agent, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, those are the two things, I guess, between now and Tuesday to keep your eye on is, do they bring another corner in before the start of camp? And does Howie Roseman pick up the phone? And I don't know, does he cave and say, we're just going to give Ertz away? Are they better off just giving him away? Are they better off just keeping him?
Oh, that's a tough question, right? Because you're asking if without the knowledge of if a tight end is going to get hurt in the first week or two of training camp, that opens up the door for a potential trade where you can get maybe what you're looking for, a third or a fourth or something like that right now. I do think there's some benefits to just doing it now. Getting, I think the benefit is relieving the $8.5 million in salary more so than when you're going to get in return for Zach Ertz. But obviously Howie Roseman sees this differently. He still thinks he can get value that's better than what is out there.
Well, how big of a factor is shedding the $8.5 million in relating to bringing in a corner to help this team out? Are they apples and oranges, or are they like parallel where we have to do this if we want to do this?
No, I don't think they have to, because you can always do a contract where you push some money down the road, right? But if you're 8.5 more under and you can give the person that you're signing more money this year, you don't have to worry about having dead cap space for a player who might not be on your team in year 2 and year 3. Or if you just have the $8.5 million, leave the Steven Nelson part about it. In the NFL, the more space you have and you can carry over to the next year gives you that space next year. You get that extra money that you carry over in cap space. And certainly the Eagles may want to have carryover cap space because there may be some contracts that they're paying for next year of guys who are not going to be on the team. They're doing that already this year. We know that with Wentz, with Alshon, with Deshaun, but they restructured so many contracts of guys who are, over 29, over 30 years old. And now they kind of have to cross their fingers that these guys are good enough to be on the team next year.
Yeah, I know. You take a look at what they have at corner. We've well documented. We've talked a lot about. You wonder, we talked on Friday's show about Drake Kirkpatrick, and you wonder, he's a free agent. Another guy, would he be somebody? Hey, Steven Nelson's too expensive. Do they just bring a guy in just to bring him in, or at that point, do they just stick with what they have?
Yeah, that will probably be a decision that's not independent to just Howie Roseman, but the coaching. After that point, what you'll probably do is have a couple of weeks of camp, see what you got. I don't think anybody's worried about losing out on a Drake Kirkpatrick by that point. So you see what you got. You see if you feel like somebody has really stepped up and can handle the load that's being asked of them, and if you can get by. And if not, if you feel like you're in dire straits, then you re-engage those conversations.
I'm interested because as you guys wrote about, there's competition at linebacker and secondary. Do they start the camp off and let those guys battle it off, see if there's someone that kind of grabs the bull by the horns before they bring a guy in? Or is it disheartening to see, man, we thought we had this shot, and then you brought this veteran in and it kind of deflated us? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think from a team standpoint they're going to be disappointed if they wind up bringing a veteran in who they think can help them out. But Adam and I had a fun debate, and I think it's really interesting to not a debate, but it's almost like a game show. So when they open up on the 27th, if Steven Nelson or Drake Kirkpatrick if they don't have a veteran corner, right? Who gets the first rep or reps opposite Darius Slay at outside corner? Who would it be? I mean, literally, is it Michael Jacquet? Is it Craig James? Is it the rookie Zach McPherson? I think people would like to see it be Zach McPherson, but they don't traditionally do that.
You don't know anything about.
Exactly. They don't traditionally hand a 4th-round pick the first shot to run with the first team, especially when you've got some guys who've been on the team already. Is it Josiah Scott? I doubt that. But it's a fascinating question because there's no great answer, and it'd be very interesting to see who the coaches would go with.
Well, and as you guys talked about on Thursday's edition of the Inside the Birds podcast, the areas on defense, corner, forget the defensive tackles. We know you have Fletcher Cox and Javon Hargrave, but what if one of those guys get hurt? Or as we've saw in the past, now we don't know that that's going to be the same with Jim Schwartz. Are they going to rotate those guys a lot, or are Fletcher and Javon going to get 80% of those snaps?
Yeah, I can't imagine that, especially with Fletcher Cox. You're trying to keep him productive and keep those snap counts down. They're not deep at defensive tackle the way they've been in years past. There's no question about it. And I think you can also say that a little bit about defensive end, only because they're not, you've got Brandon and Derek Barnett as starters, but Barnett is an iffy starter at best. I mean, he's okay when he's healthy, but he's, injured a lot. And then if he gets hurt, then Josh Sweat is not a guy ideally you want to start. You want him to be a situational rusher. And of course, Ryan Kerrigan's going to come in, and that's good. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Gives you 4 guys, but they've been 5 or 6 deep at times at defensive end over the last 4 or 5 years. So
we saw a lot of rotation. We saw a lot of rotation over the Schwartz era.
Exactly. So you're not as deep as you have once been at D tackle, not at the end. You're certainly not deep in talent at linebacker. You're not deep at that second cornerback spot. And honestly, at safety, you're not deep either. You've got McLeod, and I assume he'll be back, but I don't want to make any assumptions. I have no idea. But even if he's back, all right, so your starters are Rodden McLeod and Anthony Harris. Let's say one of them gets hurt, just misses a game or two. Now you're starting Kevon Wallace and the other guy, right? And then your third safety, you're getting into Marcus Epps territory, and the guy that they signed as a free agent, Anthony Adams. They didn't really address safety very much in the draft, and they haven't for quite a while, other than Kevon Wallace. So this is why I try to say, people, and you hear it, Mike, too. You'll hear some people going, man, the national media really disrespects the Eagles. People think we're going to be bad. Why do they say that? It's not because you're the Philadelphia Eagles and the national media hates the Eagles. They're just looking at the paper, which doesn't always mean anything, but they're noticing that there's an absence of talent compared to other teams on defense, and there's an absence of depth on this team. If you get hit with a few injuries, it's going to be pretty ugly.
Oh, there's no question. And, ESPN put out their future power rankings over the next 3 seasons. The Eagles are 30th in the league, of a 32-team league. So a lot of it is because, hey, you have a lot of older veterans on their way to the end of the line and a lot of younger players who are unproven. They don't have the 25-year-old guys who are ready to help out. A lot of their guys are either young and unproven or old and at the end. That's where you have a gap in the middle of your roster of those guys. Like Dallas Goedert would be one of the few. Derek Barnett is a guy that, unfortunately, you don't know enough about now in his 5th year, right?
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to the 2017 draft not being a very good draft. The 2018 draft may wind up being pretty good with Goddard, with Avonte Maddox, and I think Jordan Mailata and Sweat were in that draft. But they only took 5 players in that draft. And then I think in 2019 they only took 5 players as well. So it's the sins of not drafting well and not having a lot of draft picks. So they really got to hope that this most recent 2 drafts, right, with Rager, with obviously Jalen Hurts, with Devontae Smith, and some of the guys that they've brought in here grow up very quickly.
Yeah, well, they need to, I would now in your mind, Moshe, is Barnett. Do you have a definitive answer on what Derek Barnett is in your mind?
So when healthy, when he plays 16 games, I feel like he's a guy. Yeah, I know. I feel like he's a guy whose upside is probably going to be 8.5 to 9.5 sacks. I mean, I think on his best day, he can kind of be like Brandon Graham. He started to show you something last year as a run stopper. I thought he was pretty good against the run at times last year. And, he's got some good bend as a pass rusher. He's just not explosive. He's not cat-like. He's not Von Miller. He's just a good technician of a defensive end. So that's really all I think that you're going to get, though. When you get if you're getting the best Derek Barnett, I think you're getting like 8.5 sacks to 9 at most, a couple tackles for a loss, some pretty decent run defense, but nothing like out of the Pro Bowl, level or anything like that.
Which, I mean, at 14, I don't know that you're anticipating a Pro Bowler, but
correct.
You did, you're getting a guy that I think is kind of underwhelmed. He has had flashes, not enough. But, and then you flip over to a guy like Dallas Goedert, and you wonder what's the ceiling for him. These are the guys they need more from, the Dallas Goederts, the Derek Barnetts. I mean, I guess you could say Dillard or Mailata. One of those guys has to turn into, a starting solid player for you.
Yeah, it would really help if Avonte Maddox was a really good slot corner where, he'll probably be there this year. At times, I still think the best he's ever played as an Eagle was when he had to move to safety his rookie year and played it there. And maybe there's some of that in his future. We'll see. I don't know. But, yeah, he's another player that he's a 4th-round pick, and it would be nice to get a good complimentary, role from him.
Yeah, I think, and you mentioned Kayvon Wallace, too. He's a 4th rounder. Can he exceed expectations in the event that McLeod can't play? Can he step in and you say, hey, we filled that with one of our draft choices? That is where this team, I think, when you look at why are you ranked 30th in terms of your future rankings, is there's so many unknowns with the younger guys. Alex Singleton, he's not a draft pick, but he's a guy that produced for them last year. Can he do that again?
He is a guy who produced for them, but I don't know that this scheme, and we have a lot to find out about the scheme and how it fits certain guys. We know Eric Wilson is very likely to be a start because he came from Minnesota. He knows the defense. He covers well, doesn't tackle great. They want to be in nickel as much as possible. So he'll be an important part of that nickel coverage linebacker position. Singleton is a guy, I mean, do they trust his coverage enough to make him the other nickel linebacker? Do they like him against the run so he's a base linebacker, which you're not in too much? Or is that TJ Edwards' role? I don't know how Alex Singleton fits because I really haven't seen the scheme implemented yet. So it's hard to really make any kind of commentary. But you know that what he showed you last year, Mike, is that he's probably going to be on the team and they'll probably find a role for him.
I would think so. And, because there's not a lot of guys there, but, you would think that they're better at that spot than they were a year ago. It's a big side.
A year ago. Well, yeah, because Nate Gary was playing a lot.
Gary playing there.
Yeah. I would say that. I don't know that they're that much better, but they're better.
I mean, Singleton was at least a respectable player last year. I mean, when he was out there, you weren't like Geary. They just picked on. It was like what Geary was 49, right? Was that his jersey number? Where's 49 at? Let's go right at him. Singleton, not, he wasn't the same in that vein. Like, and Wilson, obviously, we think is going to be a big upgrade over anybody else they had last year.
Yeah, he'll be an upgrade over what they had. It's not still the type of linebacker and secondary that's going to make, any of the first 5 or 6 quarterbacks they face be worried about where to throw the ball. First you start off with Matt Bryan. You got Dak Prescott by week 3. You got Mahomes by week 4. You got Brady in week 6. I think you got a Justin Herbert in there somewhere. It's just, they're Jonathan Gannon's going to look. I think he has a chance to show early on how good of a defensive coordinator he's kind of rumored to be. Yeah. But he's not a miracle worker either. So he's only working with what he has.
Right. Well, and the gaping hole that they have at that corner spot is just looms so large over everything. Like if I said if they got a player like a Steven Nelson at that spot, how much does that change the outlook for the season? I don't know, but you go in knowing that you almost have no shot with who's over there now.
I wonder if there'll be a game prop week 1 on how many targets the cornerback number 2 for the Eagles will see in game 1 from Matt Ryan, because it's going to be double digits. I mean, they are going to throw, even if it's Steven Nelson, who's or Dre Kirkpatrick. It doesn't matter. It's not Darius Slay, and it's not going to be a very difficult secondary to throw against, perceivably. So that guy, cornerback number 2, is going to see a lot of throw balls coming in his way.
No, you're right. And we mentioned in the conversation earlier, too, what do they do at that 3rd, 4th defensive tackle spot? Because those 2 guys are both rookies, we think, at that spot. Or do you go with a Hassan Ridgeway? We'll see. I'm very interested to see, like, you got the 3rd round pick, Williams, you get the 6th round pick. Do they get more playing time, or do they go with the veteran players in that spot? So there's another very, starting Tuesday, I'll have my eye on what happens in there.
Yeah, no, I think, and listen, new coaches would like to get their guys on the field. We know that. New regimes. So you're looking at Milton Williams, and you're looking at even the 6th rounder, Marlon Tuipulotu, and thinking, you know what? They're going to want to get those guys some snaps, some reps, see what they got. And they also know by doing that, you're putting some inexperience on the field. So you trade one for the other. And that's why you tend to think that there'll be some growing pains for the defense for the sake of getting better in the long run.
I feel like we've talked a lot about the defense here. Do you anticipate – now, let me ask you. I don't know if I got a chance to talk to you about the Deshaun Watson stuff yet. That happened, I guess, Thursday. You were on Wednesday. Mm-hmm. Everybody's connecting the dots there. But my question for Adam on Friday was, hypothetically, they make a deal for Deshaun Watson. How much does that change their outlook for this season?
You'd have to tell me first. I'm sure Adam may have brought this up too. They're dealing for him, but is he suspended? It's hard to believe he's not going to be suspended in some form or fashion by the NFL. Ben Roethlisberger, Zeke Elliott, neither of these guys were charged with anything officially from a police or law and order standpoint, but they were both suspended. And I have a feeling the same thing will happen with Deshaun Watson. So you're talking about 6 to 8 games, perhaps. So I would say no, that even if the Eagles were to acquire him prior to the suspension, that it's not going to have much of an impact on their 2021 season.
Now, everybody just connecting the dots. Valid or just connecting the dots in July?
The interest in Deshaun Watson?
Yes. I mean, because there are people that, like, are just, hey, the Eagles are always involved in stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're an Inside the Birds listener. You know we've been talking for quite a while, since before the allegations came out against Deshaun Watson, that if available and if he was going to have a divorce from the Texans, that the Eagles would be interested and have interest. That's all we can say. And I think it was out there. Someone said they've got the most draft compensation to be able to make a move for him. That's not breaking news, right? I mean, you look at the other teams that might want a quarterback, whether it's Miami, although they have Tua, or another team. No teams got stocked up on draft capital like the Eagles over the last 8 to 12 months. So, and the Eagles, yes, good dot connecting and rational dot connecting.
The Eagles are in the NFC, Miami's in the AFC, so that could tilt towards your direction if they have some kind of offer as well. All right, well, it all starts Tuesday, and we will see. Zach Ertz is still here. There is no other corner still to this day. They have a week and a day to maybe rectify both of those issues. Anything else they need to rectify by then, or are we comfortable with the rest of how this roster sits?
I think, we've talked a little bit about maybe having a veteran wide receiver to kind of just be a veteran in the room, because it's still a pretty young wide receiver room. But I don't know that guy is out there and that it's worth bringing in. I probably would have taken a flyer on Josh Doxson, just not because he's a veteran, but because he's a former first rounder. He's got some size, natural X type guy, and why not? If he doesn't make it, he doesn't make it. No money. But I don't know if he signed with anybody or if he's still out there, but he's somebody I might consider just to bring into camp.
All right, Jeff Mosher and the Inside the Birds podcast. It dropped this morning. You guys had some fun reflection on your careers in there.
Yeah, we promised. A lot of our listeners have asked us to do this because we drop a couple of stories every once in a while. And we said, we'll just do an entire podcast deep into the summer on some of our, bloopers as journalists, some of the funniest things we've witnessed coming up through the ranks, and some of our more embarrassing moments. So we did like a little bloopers it was podcast. Fun. It was good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, check that out over at the Inside the Birds. Wherever you listen to your podcasts, or you can go to InsideTheBirds.com and check out all their stuff over there. But the one today was pretty fun. It kind of gives you a little reflection on some of the things they've done along the way to get to where they are. The Inside the Birds guys, Jeff Mosher, Andrew DeCecco, Adam Kaplan. DeCecco's here tomorrow. We will preview the NFC North. And then on Friday with Andrew, we will do the East. And then Tuesday, when Andrew's back, we will be the start of training camp. All right. Moshe, good to see you, man.
You got it, Mike. Talk to you soon.
All right. Jeff Mosher and the Inside the Birds podcast, powered Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bets and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com. Download the PropSwap app today. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Man, we are cruising along on a Monday. No NBA tonight. Phillies have the night off. So it's kind of that day where we can kind of go all over the map. 609-403-0973. Text message, Mike. Adam stated on Friday Eagles will play mostly nickel, but wouldn't it still make sense to get Jordan Hicks? If so, what does Arizona place his draft pick value? That's an interesting one, because Ertz, I think Arizona could use a tight end. In my opinion, they have a very good offense, but I think that one spot. Now, are you going to do Ertz for Hicks? Is that something that you'd be interested in doing? I think they could use a tight end, Arizona. They got a pretty good weaponry over there. Murray, DeAndre Hopkins, Christian Kirk, Isabella, Rondé Moore, A.J. Green they brought in. But I think they need a tight end. So that's something that could possibly work. Good point. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. All right, do you remember today is July the 19th as we plow along on a Monday. Josh Henning's my producer.
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. How was your weekend?
Well, I must say it was productive and I enjoyed myself.
That's good to hear. Productive, meaning you got stuff done.
Yep.
And you enjoyed yourself.
I did.
All right, did you watch Misha Tate?
I did, and I was at a local establishment that was very
Oh.
kind enough to immediately when the NBA finals were done, they flipped over to ESPN, put the UFC fight on just in time for her fight to start.
It was on ESPN, right?
ESPN regular, yes.
Yeah, that's good to hear that your weekend was good. Where'd you were out at an establishment, you said?
Yeah, I was down in Cape May.
Cool.
Decided to get down to Cape May for the first time this summer.
Nice. That's good.
Weather was a little wonky, but, a nice light show. And you're walking around Cape May, you look it up, you see this lightning in the distance.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like, oh, that's interesting. It's all the way over there.
Saturday night, yeah, the lightning was pretty prevalent. My buddy, we were in Margate, and we're outside, and he says, the lightning is coming. He says, I think we should eat inside. I think, we're going to get rain. I said, nah, we'll be fine. We literally ate, finished, got up, and then the rain started. Yeah, not hard, though. But
I was very fortunate. I missed the rain because once I got to where I was going in Cape May after my walk around, Washington Street.
Yeah, I love it down there.
Yeah,
in fact, my buddy who was with me
Yeah.
Monday night, he was going to Washington Street the next day, and I was texting him Cape May, and I was texting him different places to go while he was down there.
Good stuff.
Yeah, Washington Street's high on the list.
Definitely. Good walk. Good time to get outside, get some fresh air. And then when you know the rain's coming, just wander inside, go grab a drink, get some food, and watch the NBA finals.
I'm wondering, during the COVID down there, they were letting you take the drinks out on, Washington Street. You could go in and bring them out because you couldn't eat inside or drink inside.
Yeah, they're still letting you do that as long as you're within, a certain area, it looks like.
Yeah,
The police are standing out there. They're like, you can't go with that drink past this point, basically.
Gotcha. All right, July 19th, 1910. Ready?
Yeah.
Cy Young becomes the first and only pitcher to earn 500 wins, doing so at the age of 43. The only other player in Major League history who has come within 100 wins of Cy Young's total would be who, do you know?
Would that be Walter Johnson?
Yeah, 417 victories for Walter Johnson. Cy Young, 511 victories. Got his 500th win on this day in 1910.
And as you said, he is the quintessential perfect name for a pitching award.
Yep. What would you want to name your kid if he was a pitcher? Well, let's name him Cy Young. There you go.
Not anymore, but
old names could be coming back.
are they?
I don't know. My name used to be the number one name. Michael and Jennifer.
My name was a popular name about 10 years after I
Yeah,
was born.
4-letter names were the popular names. John, Mark, Mike, Josh.
Jen, 3 letters, but still a popular name.
4 and 3-letter names.
The short names.
Rick.
You don't have to remember long names. You don't have to remember anything complicated.
They were very 70s, 80s.
Alex.
There you go. Steve, 5 letters.
Still, same concept.
What else we got today? 1980, the Summer Olympics began in Moscow, and the United States was one of 66 countries to boycott the games because of the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan. The USSR returned the favor in 1984 when LA hosted the Olympics. But we got the Olympics coming up this week, we think anyway.
Yeah, the opening ceremonies are supposed to be later this week. Of course, we're wondering what's going to happen because apparently this whole COVID situation in Tokyo is way worse than anybody thought. Apparently, it's worse in Tokyo right now than it ever was in the United States last year.
Wow.
So, apparently they're going to have a even tighter bubble than the NBA had down in Florida. So, good luck.
Yeah, and they have cardboard beds. Did you see that? So
Yeah.
that they can't have visitors.
So they can't have visitors.
That's
Exactly.
the hope anyway.
That's the theory.
Yeah. So that no one else can sleep in your bed, just you.
Right. That's going to be the reason why.
Yeah. I heard the floor is a good option.
Bring your own pillows. Is that a thing?
1996, Muhammad Ali lights the Olympic torch in Atlanta at the Olympic opening ceremony, very emotional. Ali's
Yes.
first ascent to fame. He won the light heavyweight gold medal as Cassius Clay in the 1960 Rome Olympics. Here he is in 1996 on this day, lighting the Olympic torch. Wasn't the Atlanta one? That was where they had the bomber.
Yep, that's where they had the bomber. It's also where the United States had a lot of amazing Olympic moments because they were really, they really came out in full force for that Olympics to make a point.
Now, 96 in Atlanta, was that Nancy Kerrigan?
No, that was 94. That was the Winter Olympics, 94.
2019, Novak Djokovic successfully defends his Wimbledon men's singles title. A marathon 5-set win over Roger Federer in the final at 4 hours and 57 minutes. It's the longest final in Wimbledon history.
And this year, Joker is trying to go for a very rare achievement. He's trying to win all the majors and the gold medal in the Olympics this year.
He's essentially turned into the man.
It's an interesting conversation. Who really is the greatest tennis player of all time?
Of all time's hard, for me anyway, because I grew up in an era where it was much more difficult to decipher the best.
It was also
heck, when I was going,
the competition was better.
Right. When I was younger, like Michael Chang was the man. Pete Sampras was very good.
Michael Chang won a couple.
For a while there, he was like unbeatable.
He had that super hot streak for like a year and a half, basically.
He was definitely one of the best for a short spurt. But Lendl, Borg, McEnroe, Agassi. Yeah, there was a lot when I was growing up. I mean, there's been, because Wimbledon keeps falling on these do you remembers because it's right around this time. So We've been getting some great tennis names. I miss the days of good competitive tennis. There's only really two guys right now, and Federer is almost 40.
Yeah, and Nadal's not getting any younger.
No, but Nadal's only relevant on clay.
But he's still a rock star. Every major, people love him. They bet on him.
Yeah.
They show out for him. They love him anyway.
Babe Ruth in 1920 hits his 30th home run of the season. It breaks his own single-season record. He would get 54 that season. Can you imagine, 54 back then, right? Now, Vlad Guerrero Jr. has 31, I think, right now.
So on MLB Network, they had a trivia question that I got wrong. That was surprised with.
Fact check.
Well, no, not fact check. I was just guessing on the television, which was Vlad Guerrero is the youngest Blue Jay to hit 30 home runs in a season since two. And I thought
hold on. Don't give me the answer yet.
Okay.
Vlad Guerrero Jr. is the first Blue Jay to hit 30 home runs.
The youngest Blue Jay.
Oh, the youngest.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you said. I was going to say, because that would have been, what's his name? The guy who played for the Phillies 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah, they signed him. He was an old.
Old?
Yeah. He was an outfielder.
I'm drawing a blank.
But he wasn't young. He's an old guy. You're saying he was the youngest since.
Vlad Jr. is the youngest Blue Jay to hit at least 30 home runs in a season since this man.
On the Blue Jays.
On the Blue Jays.
Right. So you're looking at a young, maybe a young Fred McGriff.
It's not Fred.
Maybe
more
a young.
Recent than that.
More recent than Fred McGriff.
McGriff was the 1980s.
Yeah. Nah, he was more in the 90s.
The 90s, he was on the Braves, the Padres.
True. Blue Jays. My next guess was going to be Jesse Barfield.
Okay, definitely more recently Barfield.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of the guy that I can't think of. Played for the Phillies. They signed him.
I'll look it up while you think about it. He's a couple of years ago, you said?
Yeah, I mean,
he was Gabe Kapler years.
No, I mean, yeah, I think the Phillies signed him in one of the Gabe Kapler years. It's just he didn't do much. I mean, I don't know that he barely even played, but he hit 50 home runs while he was playing for the Blue Jays.
Okay.
He was their best power hitter there for a few years.
Oh, Jose Bautista.
Yes. But he wouldn't qualify as young.
Well, no, because we got to the Blue Jays, he was a little later in his career.
Right, exactly. I knew he was kind of older by then. So who's the answer?
So the answer was Vernon Wells.
I wouldn't have got that.
I guessed Carlos Delgado. I was obviously wrong.
Yeah.
I would have thought Delgado, because he had those several years where he was just bombs.
Well, Delgado was
monster.
He was great for a while.
That's why I guessed Delgado, but I was wrong. It was Vernon Wells.
How about this story? I mean, on this day, 1973, Willie Mays is named to the All-Star team for the 24th time.
Wow.
24 times he was named to the All-Star team.
Listen, man, there's a reason why some people think he's the greatest 5-tool player to ever live.
Yeah, I, of course, never got to see Willie Mays play, so I can't really make that assertion.
But the older guys like Kirchin and those guys, they like to say that, if Willie Mays played in today's game, he would have been even better than he was back then.
Yep, no doubt about it. Would have been like one of those guys you could say, hey, if I could have watched this guy play, that would have been a guy that you would pick, right?
Jump in a time machine kind of thing.
Yeah, like if I could put that guy in today's game, I would like to see him play.
Probably hit more than 660 home runs.
1986, Tim Witherspoon knocks out Frank Bruno
Tim Witherspoon.
in 11 for the heavyweight boxing title. Yeah. Frank Bruno, though, that guy was like chiseled.
That was an Adonis.
Yeah, he just, for whatever reason, just wasn't. You see a guy built like Frank Bruno, he was just literally, I say chiseled. He was literally chiseled.
He was more physically intimidating than actually intimidating.
You always wonder. Don Mattingly sets the American League record extra base hits in 10 consecutive games in 1987. Don Mattingly would have been he would have been an all-time great had he not had the back problems.
Yeah, it's interesting to think if he would have had like 3 more of his years on that career, what he would have done.
1990, Pete Rose is sentenced to 5 months for tax evasion. Just another feather in the cap of Pete Rose.
Pete Rose is another guy who's been mentioned a lot in these Do You Remembers.
Yeah, Cal Ripken on this day in 1991 plays in his 1,500th consecutive game. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Now, do you think, now that's not even the record. Do you think anyone will pass 1,500?
Nah. Don't think so. These guys are always taking a day off. Bryce Harper didn't play a game because he was dehydrated on Friday.
Jeez.
That was Girardi's excuse. You could ask Bob Wankel about it next. They asked him, Bryce was dehydrated.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, what?
All right. Maybe I will ask Bob Wankel that.
He's coming up next on the Sports Patch.
Yeah. Couple other things real quick. What else do I got today? I always have like a huge list of things, and then I'm just kind of like going through. Oh, speaking of tennis, that's what I wanted to finish on. 1992, Steffi Graf beats Arantxa Sanchez Vicario. We talked about men's tennis players. Growing up, Steffi Graf, there was a ton of women's tennis players.
There was a ton, yep.
Sanchez Vicario, she was always in the mix.
Strong name, too.
All right, Bob Wankel talks about the Phils weekend. They finally did something they haven't been able to do. That's next. All right, this hour brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bets and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com. Download the PropSwap app today. Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad. The Phillies did something this weekend that they typically don't do, which is they won a series against the Marlins. It feels like forever since they actually took care of the pesky Marlins, Bob. So does that mean we must change our outlook now? Have the Phillies turned the corner enough for us to say, okay, I'm intrigued?
Yeah, sure. Intrigued sounds good. Listen, man, it's like you have to be one extreme or the other. Like, are the Phillies suddenly a championship contender? Absolutely not. But or is what they've done over the last 2 weeks been impressive? Yeah, sure it is. It's really good. This is a team that they don't beat usually. They take 3 or 4 from them. And I'll tell you what was impressive yesterday. They get the walk-off to cap the Saturday night postponed game. And then they get midway through the second game. And this is the game that they lose, even though it sets up for them. They have Zach Wheeler going. They're facing this nobody lefty, a young kid. They fall behind early, and you kind of say to yourself, see, here you go. They blew another opportunity. But they fight back, and they win the game, and it's a game that they should have won. And that's something they haven't done now for 3 years. So credit to them for that.
Yeah, I'll give you that, is the fact that they beat the Marlins 3 out of 4, a team that they struggle with, the way that they did it. And then you get, a guy like Hector Neris gets a save where those are nights where you've been crossing your fingers and kind of, wondering what's next. And so they did it in some unconventional ways, but still won 3 out of 4, which makes, as you wrote, things a little weird because all of a sudden now you're only 2 back in the standings. The Mets have been kind of falling apart here. Dave Dombrowski has kind of come out and said, we're not selling. We're in this thing. So what do the next 2 weeks look like?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? It was really kind of interesting yesterday. After the first game, there's this half-hour, 40-minute delay in between the 2 games, and then they put up on Fanavision the Pittsburgh New York game. We see that ridiculous play early on, makes it 6-0 Pittsburgh. The fans are cheering, and you're kind of like, oh my God, they might be 1 game out here at the end of the day. But obviously New York comes back and wins the game, but they're 2 games out here. The Phillies have to be motivated to buy. Listen, you can make all of the arguments in the world as to why this team really shouldn't go for it. May not go all in, so to speak, but they're going to add. They've missed the playoffs 9 straight years. The ownership's embarrassed by it. This is a veteran-laden team, a team that's had disappointments the last number of years. They're going to add to this team. Dave Dombrowski said as much. So what can you expect? A lot of rumors linking the Phillies to guys like Craig Kimbrell, probably any available closer. And a lot of these rumors are just going to be agents trying to drum up interest on the market, rival execs trying to, create smoke screens. But there's going to be genuine interest by the Phillies in a number of relievers and potentially, if there's the right fit, maybe an outfield upgrade as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what do you think of the sudden rise of center fielders that continue to pop up on the Phillies wish list?
Yeah, I think it's an acknowledgement that they got what they could out of Odubel Herrera. He'll be back up at some point. He's going to do some rehab work this week, and you'll probably see him again at some point. But I think it's an acknowledgement that Odubel Herrera is not a perfect player. And I think it's an acknowledgement that they don't want to overexpose Travis Jankowski. I mean, he's been a godsend for this team. One thing that's different about this Phillies team than some of the more recent years is that they're really getting big-time contributions from bench pieces, whether it be Brad Miller or Ronald Torreyes or Travis Jankowski. But you don't want to overexpose guys. Jankowski's coming up on roughly 50 at-bats and has a 975 OPS. He's done a great job defensively. He's gotten some key hits for them. But is that a guy that you want to run out there 6 days a week for the next 2.5 months? I don't know. So I think the Phillies will kick the tires on some potential upgrades. And that's why you're seeing names like Starling Marte pop up.
Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad, covers the Phils 2 back. They'll take on the Yankees starting tomorrow. Obviously, the bullpen is an issue. Now, Dombrowski kind of said, well, we've got some internal pieces that we think can help. He's lying, right?
Yeah. Is Chase Anderson coming back from AAA to save
Well, you mentioned hey, if we made a trade and got a guy, and John Clark did the podcast with him, so I'll give him the credit for that. But if we got a guy that had Ranger Suarez's numbers, the fans would be excited about getting that guy. So here's a guy that has these numbers that we haven't really seen a lot of, and we're excited about that. He mentioned that Neris, now that he's not closing, although he did close yesterday, that he's pitched better since he's not been the closer. Archie Bradley's pitched better. So he tried to paint a picture of, hey, these guys have been better. We've been better in that area, but you can't look at that over these next 2 weeks and say we're better there. They have to fix that.
I think that you have to dilute, if you're Dave Dombrowski, some of the urgency. I think objectively speaking, he knows that this bullpen has not been good enough, and that if he stands pat and doesn't make any additions to it, that it's probably not going to perform well in the second half. Will it be better than it was in the first half? Maybe. Hector Neris has done a nice job. He completely implodes against the Padres on the 4th of July, but now 6 straight appearances where he hasn't allowed a run. He's only given up 2 hits, no walks. I mean, Hector Neris has done a really nice job once he was sort of demoted out of that closer role in those high leverage situations. Listen, Ranger Suarez, he gets tagged the other night in Saturday's game. I don't think that he's a closer. I think the Phillies have a clear need for somebody to consistently pitch the 9th inning and doesn't have to be perfect. When you look at a guy like Ranger Suarez, who I think is a really valuable piece and can bring a great deal of versatility to a bullpen. But the bottom line is the guy's throwing 91, 92 miles an hour. And if you're not on and you're not throwing with pinpoint accuracy, as he often does, you're going to get cooked in big spots from time to time. And I just don't think that you can consistently trot him out in the 8th, 9th inning and say, hey, lock it down for us if you want to be a playoff team.
You're right.
But you got to upgrade there.
If I told you they landed Marte or Buxton or a bullpen arm, what's the better scenario?
I would still say a bullpen arm. Listen, I know that there's a philosophy out there that you can kind of out-hit your pitching deficiencies. We've seen teams do that in the past. But I think that this lineup has a little bit more juice in it. You've seen this lineup, for the most part now this month, perform very well. They're hitting the ball. They're putting the ball in play more frequently. The production across the board is kind of starting to heat up. You're seeing guys like Real Muto, McCutchen, swing it together at the same time. I think that this lineup, now that it's back to full strength, it can get better than it was in the first half. I don't know that the bullpen can necessarily do that.
You're right about that. The fact that the lineup has not really been together. He did indicate that, hey, we haven't had the lineup together. They've finally been together. We've been playing better baseball. He did mention we've out-hit our defensive deficiencies, which is true. They're a terrible defensive team here. And I think you make a good point about guys like Jankowski and Torreyes, who have helped this team out. You wonder how much more they can continue to get from those guys, or do you need to basically rely more on your starting players?
Yeah, listen, I mean, the Phillies are only going to go as far as Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto, Rhys Hoskins, the frontline guys, your key core guys are going to take you. I mean, that's just the bottom line. But you run the risk of a guy like Ronald Torreyes, who has been fun to watch. A good glove at third base, makes the plays that he needs to make, has come up with some timely hits. But Mike, that the more that you play guys that are more accustomed or better suited for a bench role, the more likely you're going to kind of burn them out and overexpose them a little bit. So the Phillies just have to be careful here that they kind of continue to mix and match these guys in. Listen, they've had an advantageous schedule here in July. They've taken advantage of it. They have the best record in baseball this month. And, right. Hard to kind of believe. It sort of jumps off the page at you, but 10-4, I mean, they're rolling right now. Yeah. And they have a favorable setup going up to the Bronx this week. I mean, the New York Yankees are a mess. They actually have a better record than the Phillies at 48-44.
They won 7 out of 10.
Yeah, they've played well here despite some of the COVID issues. But if you take a look at their lineup, go check out their lineup on a nationally televised game against the Boston Red Sox last night. And you'll see DJ LeMahieu, you'll see Stanton, you'll see Gleyber Torres, and then hitters 5 through 9, you'll go, I have no idea who those guys are. I follow baseball for a living, and I was hard-pressed to kind of say, hey, yeah, I know a lot about these guys. So, and then you got Domingo Germán, who has been terrible his last 5-7 appearances, ERA over 9. Aaron Nola on 2 weeks rest. So this is a big spot for the Phillies. They got to go up there and at least split this series with the Yankees.
2 with the Yankees, 4 with the Braves, 4 with Washington before they get to that deadline. So that is a good opportunity to kind of establish who you are and what you're going to be with 8 games in the division before the trade deadline.
Yeah, absolutely. The Phillies, I think, may look to make moves prior to July 30th. I don't think that they necessarily have to wait until the 11th hour to do it. But they have 10 games here to kind of solidify the fact that they're going to hang around in this division. And the way that they're kind of trending right now and the way that the rest of the division is trending, you would kind of expect that over the next 10 games, at the very least, they're going to be sitting 2-3 games out. You don't see the Mets based on what we're looking at over the next week and a half, kind of all of a sudden jumping back out to a 5-6 game lead here. So I think the Phillies are in it. I think that they're in it to stay.
All right. Eagles season starts on Tuesday. The Phillies look like they've reached that threshold in it. Bob Wankel crossing broad here on a Sports Bash Monday. All right, Bob. Take care, man.
All right, Mike. See you.
All right. As always, Bob, here in the 4 o'clock hour, brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com. Download the PropSwap app today. All right. When we come back next hour, we've got plenty more to get into, including, as we just mentioned there, the Phillies, the Flyers made a trade, the Eagles start camp in a week, and the Sixers. What are they going to do with one Ben Simmons? Well, more stuff out over the weekend. So we're going to do kind of a smorgasbord, mix it all together. Jeff Kerr at 525 as well. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app, which you can download wherever you get your apps in the App Store, Apple Play, Google Play, or the Apple Store or Google Play. And when we come back, we will go around the horn, the state of everything. The Phillies right now at the start of Eagles training camp are going to be in this thing. Holy moly. Not the Steph Curry show. I'm back. All right, final hour of the show, Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill, taking it to the top of the hour. Josh has game night tonight with Scott Laughlin. We'll talk a little bit more about the Flyers trade. If you missed my conversation with Kevin Durso on that Flyers trade, head up to 97.3ESPN.com as he gives us his take on it. Jeff Kerr going to talk a little NFL, NFC East coming up at the bottom of the hour. I do want to bring up real quick the NBA Finals and why I think this finals is very intriguing and why, to me, Giannis, this is the best. Giannis being in the finals is so great for basketball. Now, the ratings they've been good. They're not great. They're not record-setting by any stretch of the imagination. Keep in mind, the NBA Finals are being played at a time that they're typically not being played. They're way up from last year. They are about on par with 2019. So the ratings have been good. They're not great. You got Milwaukee and you've got Phoenix. But I can tell you this. I think this is the best thing that could have happened for the NBA. Yeah, it would have been great for them to get LeBron or Durant and LA and Brooklyn and all those big name teams. They don't have the big names here. However, this is how you make big names. And the best part about this has been Giannis Antetokounmpo has done what I said LeBron needed to do when he was in Cleveland. Giannis rejected the urge to leave to go form a team with somebody else. And that is why Giannis may now go down as if he wins this championship, he's going to win the MVP, right? If the Bucks win, he's going to win the MVP. Giannis Antetokounmpo would turn into, I think, a megastar. And you would say, well, the guy's already a two-time MVP. Yeah, but you know what's really come out in this series? Giannis, his personality. He talks almost every single night now. No one's ever seen this guy really talk. He doesn't do a whole heck of a lot of stuff. Now he's almost embracing it. He's having fun being Giannis Antetokounmpo. And that is really cool about this finals right now, is that here's this guy, Giannis is only 26 years old. Now, he's been in the league since 2013. But we talk about he's a two-time MVP. And this is where we have to remain patient with the Sixers' young stars. Giannis has been in the league since 2013. He's in his 8th season right now at 26 years old. And he resisted the urge to say, I can't win in Milwaukee. I can't get anybody to come here and play with me. So I'm just going to go form a super team and go play with somebody else. I also think that if he wins this title, let's say he does it tomorrow night. If you're someone who thinks Dame Lillard could be traded, could Dame Lillard be looking at what Giannis is doing and saying, you know what, if he was able to do it in Milwaukee, I can do it in Portland? And I know many people out there might say, that's not happening. How many people thought that Giannis would never get it done? Now, there's a lot of factors into why Giannis has got it done. The Brooklyn Nets being injured is probably one of them. Ben Simmons completely losing all of his confidence could be another one. I mean, could the Sixers have beaten the Bucks had they met up with a right-minded version of Ben Simmons? Potentially. Is this Bucks team an all-time great? Maybe not. But Giannis Antetokounmpo has put himself on another level. And it's funny because 3 weeks ago, we were all victims of this, myself included, of saying, well, Giannis is so limited. It's a problem in the playoffs. It's just coming out right now. Now, do I believe the Bucks would have beaten the Brooklyn Nets with a healthy Brooklyn Nets team? No, I do not. So that's what makes this an interesting, wonky scenario, is that you have Antetokounmpo, who's really kind of changing his image right before our very eyes. And I say changing his image. I don't think changing his image is the right thing to say. He is reshaping it and introducing us to himself. That's what he's really doing. We are getting an introduction to who Giannis Antetokounmpo is. So if they win this title, Giannis is going to be the MVP. That puts him in an interesting level. I think this is his 8th season. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, this is the 8th season Giannis has been in the league. This is why, we look at what's happening in Philadelphia and we get so impatient We talk about it all the time. LeBron, Jordan, the greats of the greats. It took them a while to do it. LeBron had to leave Cleveland to do it. LeBron James we're talking about, who was in the finals almost every single year of his career, yet couldn't get it done. He's the greatest player maybe that ever played and still couldn't win a title. Now, they got to the finals a bunch with LeBron, but it wasn't until he finally left and went to Miami and played with a manufactured team. Giannis didn't have to do that. That, to me, really puts him on a different level. If he can win it in Milwaukee. Now, the question would be, can Milwaukee get back there next year? Do they have staying power? Can they keep the team together? What does that do to the league as having a champion in Milwaukee? Does that make the league stronger? Do more players now feel, hey, I can stay with the team that drafted me. I can stay in a smaller market. This can be done. This is a really interesting finals that could really transform the way the league thinks. You know, the Suns team is at a crossroads right here. If they don't win this NBA finals, are they getting back there frequently? Maybe. But maybe we're finding out that this Suns team, you know, it's funny. We talk so much about the coach, right? The coach is so important. The coach loses games. The coach. People had Mike Budenholzer fired. Mike Budenholzer was fired. Mike Budenholzer was their problem. Mike Budenholzer had to go. Well, here they are. I think, how many people did we hear about how great of a coach Monty Williams is? Right? And I'm not knocking Monty Williams. Monty Williams is probably a great coach. But the team that has the coach that everybody thinks stinks and should be fired is winning the series, and they're going to win this series, I think anyway. And this Suns team is going to be interesting. What happens to them? You know, you look at all the fans in Phoenix right now. They could be looking at a team that gets to the finals out of nowhere, which they did, but both of these teams are there for different reasons. LeBron James and Anthony Davis ended up getting hurt. LeBron wasn't really himself. Are the Phoenix Suns really where they should be in their ascend? Yeah, they're a very good team. But Devin Booker is a very young player. I think Booker kind of jumped over a level. Now, he had Chris Paul with him, but how much longer is Chris Paul going to play at this level? What do the Suns need to do to force a Game 7 on Thursday night? For a chance to get back to Phoenix, they need a couple of tweaks. They need much better defense. They gave up, 50% from three-point on Saturday night. They need better ball movement. You know, Devin Booker all of a sudden playing hero ball. He has 0 assists, I think, in that game, late in the game. DeAndre Ayton has been kind of neutralized by the Bucks, right? Chris Paul, is he playing at his best? Is he playing healthy right now? The Bucks right now are beating the Suns essentially at their own game. Now, you look at this Game 6 tomorrow night. Is it a tactical situation that needs to be rectified? Do the Suns still think they can win this? Do they still believe they're the better team? Many people thought that the Suns were the better team entering this series. 20 years ago, you look back and think, wow, you know, you go back to 2000, 2001. Look how the league has changed so much, where you had the NBA champion were the Los Angeles Lakers. It was Kobe and Shaq. And now those two guys, Kobe was traded to the Lakers. Shaq was traded to the Lakers. Or free agent, excuse me. And then you look at this team, this Milwaukee team that drafted Giannis Antetokounmpo in the 2013 draft, pick 16. And a lot of people, you know, most people didn't know much or anything about Chris Middleton. He's a guy who was a second-round pick, Chris Middleton. I think he was drafted by Detroit. Right. No, they did not draft Chris Middleton. How did they acquire Middleton? Because he played in Detroit his first season in the league. I do remember that. And then he got traded to Milwaukee and essentially became this. I mean, he has been a perfect fit right now. He has elevated his game to another level. It's been really cool to see and watch like how this this whole Milwaukee team has kind of come together with a lot of criticism. Over on the text board, 609-403-0973. Not one to stick up for LeBron, but the ineptitude of the Cavs front office in LeBron's first stint in Cleveland is historically bad. They drafted LeBron and screwed up every other move before he left. They were some bad teams, but the problem was, I understand what you're saying, but the Cleveland Cavaliers are part of what the problem is in the NBA. You get a player like LeBron. He was so good that he got them to the finals. But the problem was because they were in the finals, they kept drafting at the end of the draft. They couldn't get a player to play with LeBron James. Now, my point has always been over the years. Now, you're right. Milwaukee's done a much better job. They got Chris Middleton. They traded Middleton with Brandon Knight to Milwaukee in exchange for Brandon Jennings. Now, if you remember Brandon Jennings, he came into the league like a gangbuster, like came in and just totally surprised everybody, right? Brandon Jennings came into the league and it was like, holy mackerel, this guy's amazing. What happened? Where did he come from? And then he kind of fizzled out. His rookie season was his best season in the league. I take that back. I mean, he jumped out of nowhere. He had a pretty good couple seasons in Milwaukee, and then they traded him to Detroit. He kind of started to go down the hill to the point where he averaged 19 points a game in Milwaukee. By 2 seasons later in Detroit, he was averaging 6 points a game. And then he just bounced around the league, and then he was gone. He played in Milwaukee in 2010, but that's how they got Middleton. He was essentially like a throw-in in the Brandon Jennings deal. The Suns, I think, they have to feel like they are this team of destiny. You know why? Because I don't know that the Suns, people act like this Suns team is getting back here, like they're here. I don't know. Chris Paul is interesting. The whole Chris Paul thing looming over their head is kind of interesting. Because right now, the Bucks are playing harder. They're more physical. They're beating the Suns to all the loose balls. They're out-rebounding them. Milwaukee's big three, right? You've got Antetokounmpo, Middleton, Drew Holiday, those three guys. And then you got Bobby Portis, Pat Connaughton, PJ Tucker. They've got the perfect little sprinkle of role players in. They have, right now, more intensity, and the Suns haven't been able to rise to that level. That's what I'm seeing anyway. Saturday night, that's what I see. The Suns can't get out and defend the three-point line. Milwaukee, who, if you go back to the early rounds of the playoffs against Brooklyn and then in round 2, Milwaukee has not really shot the ball all that well in these playoffs. And yet here they are. It shows you the resiliency of this crew, right? Now, keep in mind, the Bucks have had a lot of postseason failures, and maybe that's what sets them apart right now. This is the 12th series that Giannis and Middleton have played together, and they have had a lot of losses along the way, a lot of heartbreak along the way. 12 times Giannis and Middleton have been in a playoff series together. 12. That's pretty amazing when you think about it. And I think Chris Paul being banged up a little bit. DeAndre Ayton, I think that has been a big factor in this series, that they don't have, what has the Sixers' problem been in the past? They had nothing to back up Joel Embiid. I think you're seeing that problem with Phoenix right now, is they don't have a backup for Ayton, and it's a big problem. I think it's changed a little bit I don't want to say it's changed the whole series. That's not the case, but it has changed a lot of these games. When Ayton has gone out, it has been a little bit of a problem. And it's Ayton, we had praised how well he played early in the series. He hasn't been as much of a factor. So a lot went wrong on Saturday night for the Suns. They had like a 15-point lead in that game. And then all of a sudden in the second quarter, what happened to the defense there, right? Milwaukee just absolutely wanted it more. And you had a lot of hero ball from Booker. And this is why I think you're seeing Booker, a great player. Booker's a great player. But I think he jumped over a step or two to get to these finals. He hasn't had the heartbreaking losses that Middleton and Giannis have had, and you see Booker trying so hard, and that's not a knock. It's just that he hasn't had the losses to reflect on. He skipped a couple steps and went right to the finals. Good for him. This is his first time in the playoffs, Devin Booker. They have a Hall of Fame point guard in Chris Paul, who has struggled late in games, turning the ball over, and I think Drew Holiday has been giving him some problems. This Suns team is at an interesting spot. And I think tomorrow night, and we'll look deeper into this game a little bit more tomorrow, but I think tomorrow night, Milwaukee wins this game at home. Because Giannis Antetokounmpo, what has impressed me about him is that, we don't get to see him play a lot. And, yeah, you get to watch him here and there on TNT when they play on Thursday nights and stuff like that. The Bucks are on TV enough that you watch Giannis. But the fact that he is out there now, he's doing the interviews, he has to talk almost every single night. You don't see a lot of Giannis there. And I think listening to him talk, it shows you why he's special. Right? We're in the moment now. I miss a shot. I'm in the moment now. I don't care about what happened 30 seconds ago. And that is refreshing to hear. And that is what impresses me about Giannis. And that's why I think they'll win the game tomorrow. He's not. I say this tonight, and of course on Tuesday I might look back and say, geez, I don't see how Giannis allows his team to lose at home. Because everything he has done has set him up for this moment. To win in Milwaukee. Not with just the Bucks on their home court. The story is set for Giannis Antetokounmpo to win the NBA Finals and the MVP in the city that drafted him, in the place that he elected to stay. He showed trust in them, and they showed trust in him, and it's only poetic for them to win it on their home court. That's why I like Milwaukee tomorrow night. And that is what I like about this NBA Finals. Yeah, it's not the most star-driven. But you know what? A couple years we might look back at who Giannis becomes. He's already somebody, but we're still seeing him evolve. We're going to look back and say that was the jumping off point for him. That was the jumping off point of when Giannis became a different superstar. And it's pretty cool. 609-403-0973. I like the Bucks tomorrow night. I like the NFL, and I like the fact that it's back in a week and a day. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, is back. Jeff will be covering the Eagles this season for 97.3 ESPN.com. You'll be able to get all of Jeff's Eagles coverage over on our website, 97.3 ESPN.com. Right now at CBS Sports, Jeff has 4 candidates to replace Carson Wentz. The banner came down today. I already know which banner should be there. I'll see what Jeff thinks coming up next. I'll give you my pick next. All right, rolling along on a Monday. The NFL begins in a week and a day. Actually, Thursday is when the Cowboys get underway, along with the Steelers and some others. The Eagles start on Tuesday, the 27th. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, 97.3 ESPN.com. He'll be covering the Eagles all season long. And Tuesday, not tomorrow, next Tuesday is when they kick things off. We'll dive into all of that stuff and more. But, Jeff, you wrote over at CBS Sports. I thought this was fun. I don't think there's any other answer other than one to replace Carson Wentz's banner that came down today. There is only one answer. It's the strip sack. That's the only one that can go up there.
That's the one I want. It seems like everybody is in accordance with that. So let's make it happen.
It's the greatest play in the history of the franchise.
It literally is. Like, I always say defensive play because there's always, certain offensive plays you can mention in there. But when I think of the Eagles and great plays in franchise history, I think of three of them. Chuck Bednarik's hit on Frank Gifford, Wilbert Montgomery's touchdown run against the Cowboys in the NFC Championship, and that one. They're the three.
Yeah, I mean, to me, because it ended with the championship, it's the most important play. It's the greatest play in the history of the franchise. If you need to find something to put up there, that's the only thing that can go up there, right? That's it. There's no – what were the – so I can't even now, I didn't read the article yet because I wanted to talk to you and kind of have some good back and forth on it, but – did you go with players or plays? Because you gave four.
I went with players, but I made significant plays they did. Now, honestly, if you really wanted to go old school, I should have mentioned this too. Steve Van Buren's touchdown run against the Chicago Cardinals in 1948, which gave the Eagles the championship. But I don't think fans are going to remember that one. So yeah, I went with Brandon Graham. And basically because of one, he's the longest current tenure player with the franchise. Two, the strip sack on Brady. So that was a no-brainer for me. And again, Eagles fans, they love Brandon Graham. They hate Tom Brady. It'd be a great tribute. So yeah, I went with that one. Jason Kelce, just based on what he's done for them as a center, three-time first-team All-Pro. He might be going to the Hall of Fame if he keeps up his astounding level of play. He should have been an All-Pro last year. And one, he's a franchise icon. I mean, you could put him in the parade suit if you really wanted to. And Nick Foles, yeah, exactly. So Nick Foles, I went with just him hoisting that Vince Lombardi trophy. Mike, what was the one thing you and I dreamed of seeing our entire lives?
Right.
Yeah,
obviously,
okay.
Them hoisting the Lombardi trophy.
Exactly. And we always pictured an Eagles player hoisting it. Well, he was the guy. So you put that up there, that's your constant reminder. I know they have the statue, but that'd be really cool. And the other one was Brian Dawkins. And just because of what Brian Dawkins has meant to this city, the blue-collar work ethic, everything he battled, he was Philly through and through. So, if you wanted to put one up there that you could never take down, Brian Dawkins and Brandon Graham and Nick Foles would be the three. Honestly, Jason Kelce would be the same way.
Well, I mean, you could do – all right, so the strip sack's got to be the only answer, right? That's one. If you want to put –
yeah, that's the one I would go with.
You could do one with Brandon Graham and Fletcher Cox, maybe hitting each other on the head or something, have them in a picture together, right? That would be one, because those two are career Eagles, essentially, right? They're probably not going to play anyplace else. Jason Kelce, as you mentioned, I guess, unless you want to go with some new blood and put Miles Sanders up there or Jalen Hurts, but I don't know that they're ready to make the commitment to Hurts just yet.
I don't think people realize this, but before they put the Wentz banner up there, I think it was 2017 or 2018, they put them up. They had Brian Westbrook up there at that spot for years. And it wasn't obvious it was Brian Westbrook, but it was Brian Westbrook catching the fade. And it was from 2004. And Westbrook hadn't been on the team since 2009. So he was up there for 7-8 years. And, I always thought, okay, it's cool to have an old photo of Brian Westbrook up there. Brian Westbrook was an icon for this franchise for a lot of years. But yeah, I agree with you, Mike. If there's one I go with, it's Brandon Graham's strip sack on Brady. It's really the only answer.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right. So Thursday, Dallas camp begins. From everything we're hearing, they're going to have a healthy 100% Dak Prescott out there.
Yeah, and that's good news for the Cowboys. I mean, Prescott broke his ankle in October? Yeah, it was October last year. So that's going to be, I got to do the math in my head here, 10 months. So yeah, he should be ready to go. And honestly, Mike, that's a really good thing for them because they probably will have won that division if Dak Prescott plays the whole year.
Yeah, so that leads us into this next one because obviously he's back and they're better, right? I mean, they're better across the board, you would think, just getting him back. But defensively, they should be better. Is it, in your mind, a Washington-Dallas division?
Right now it is. Right now it is. I would go with, I've been flip-flopping all year. I think Washington's defense gives them an edge, but their offense has to be top 15. I think Dak Prescott gives Dallas the edge, but we got to see what Dan Quinn does with this defense and, how big of an impact Michael Parsons is going to make. Is Dallas's offensive line, they're obviously aging, but can they recapture that magic they have from like 2016 to 2018? And can Ezekiel Elliott recapture that magic? That's what I want to know. There's a lot of question marks with the Cowboys. There are question marks in Washington too, but really their question mark is, can Ryan Fitzpatrick play 16 games? If he can, I think Washington wins this division.
Yeah, I like what you wrote about today, too. Derrick Henry, I think he's going to be a guy to keep an eye on because I was talking about this a little while back. He had like 370-plus carries. When does it just, boom, when does he have his DeMarco Murray moment?
That's what you have to wonder. And, it's funny, like DeMarco Murray had a lot of carries with Dallas, and then he kind of faded with the Eagles, but then he kind of had a resurgence with the Titans when the Eagles traded him there, at least for 1 year. I think Derrick Henry's in the prime of his career. I think he's built to last that many carries. I don't know if he's going to lead the league in rushing again. That's going to be really, really difficult for him. But me personally, I feel Derrick Henry isn't going to slow down this year because they're not going to rely on him as much. They have Julio Jones. They have A.J. Brown. They have Josh Reynolds. Ryan Tannehill can sling the football. We know that. I think Derrick Henry is going to be like just that downhill runner they're going to use late in games.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, though, if he still has the same impact and when that all happens. Because now Henry did, DeMarco Murray left Philly and had a pretty solid season in Tennessee, but he had like 400 carries that year in Dallas and then just completely fell apart. Now, was that more because he had no tread left on the tires or because they were using him poorly in Chip Kelly's offense?
It might have been a combination of both. Like Dallas just wore all the tread off his tires on his rookie deal, and then he comes to Chip Kelly's offense, and I think that had a combination to do if it just wasn't used right. You remember the game with Pat Shurmur, like that Week 17 game against the Giants? They used him great. He ran for 100 yards. I'm like, well, okay, like this guy can obviously still play football. He's just getting paid way too much to do it. And he had that good year with Tennessee, and so I don't think he was done. But like people are going to say that about Derrick Henry this year. Like Derrick Henry has like 280 carries and runs for 4.5 yards per carry. They're going to think he's declining because he's 27. And no, it's not that. It's just that he had 370 carries and 2,000 yards a year before. And I pointed out in that article that no running back has had like over 1,450 yards. No running back has ever had 1,500 yards in the year following a 2,000-yard season. But Barry Sanders is the only one that's come close to having a really good year. And he was fourth in the league in rushing after he'd done that. So. Yeah.
I'm definitely interested to see that Titans team and how it all comes together. Tannehill has a couple of weapons there. Do they go to the running game? Is it very balanced? I think that is definitely something to keep an eye on as well. Now, over at CBS Sports, you did the all 30 and over defensive team.
Man, it is.
But on the offensive side of the ball, Jeff, you take a look at that one there, and it's funny because you got guys like Adrian Peterson on that list, Aaron Rodgers on that list, Julio Jones on that list, who, of course, has a new place to play. Adam Thielen's on that list. This is a pretty, Travis Kelce's on that list. Jason Kelce made the list. Lane Johnson made that list, even though he had a bunch of injuries last year. So that over 30 offensive team still littered with some big-time players.
Yeah, and you know what? You can make a case Brandon Brooks could be on that list if he was like Von Miller to me, honestly, Mike. Like, I just couldn't put Von Miller on the team because he didn't play last year. Like, and I know Jordan Dejaney, I think he did for the offensive team, I think he did the same with Brandon Brooks. He goes, well, we're recounting here. Brandon Brooks is probably the best scorer in football, but he didn't play last year. So, you can make a case for him. But, yeah, you're right. There's a lot of talented over 30-year-olds on the offensive side of the ball. And, really the only weak spot's running back is just running backs don't last.
Right.
Hey, it's 30. Adrian Peterson's a freak. So
you wrote about Adrian Peterson, and the guy sounds like he's 25 years old.
Exactly. And Adrian Peterson still wants to play football. I just think he's biding his time. It's like, hey, look, I want to win a Super Bowl. I don't really care if I'm a feature back. If I'm a feature back, great. But I don't think it's going to hurt. Like last year, the Lions offensive line, this is where I gave the Lions offensive line a ton of credit last year. Adrian Peterson, I didn't think he was cooked, but I didn't think he was obviously the age of Pearson of old, but he was still able to average like 4.2, 4.3 yards per carry with that offensive line intact. And I'm like, okay, so what's going to happen when DeAndre Swift gets normal carries there?
What do you think of Melvin Ingram going to Pittsburgh?
I like it. I think that's a necessary budget-free replacement. Seeing him in a 3-4 is going to be interesting but Melvin Ingram, I don't even think he had a sack last year. Like, he just had an off year. And I talked to him like in December, and I asked him if it was the injuries, if it was his contract. And he said, you know what, Jeff? He said, honestly, it's just not my year. And I just think that's how he chalked it up as. I think he was a little upset he didn't get the contract extension he wanted for putting up the numbers he did. And, I just think the Chargers are ready to move on, and I think he moved on, and that was the end of it. So I'm happy to see him kind of land on his feet in Pittsburgh. If there's a guy I think that could have a real good bounce back year, it could be him. I think Steelers are getting some really good bang for their buck here.
Yeah, that one's interesting because him and Bosa paired together. We thought that was going to be this great pairing for all those years out there in LA or San Diego or whatever you want to call it. And it just never really worked out for him. It'll be interesting to see what Pittsburgh does with him. I think that one is kind of intriguing there as well. So much we're getting ready for with the start of training camp, just less, for Dallas and I guess Pittsburgh, somebody else this week, right?
Tampa. Yeah. So they are Thursday.
All right. There you go. They are Thursday. We got all that coverage for you coming up here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. Let me ask you too, what could happen to Tampa with the Tom Brady stuff?
This is something that's really interesting. And John Breach, my colleague at CBS, probably knows a lot more about this than I do. But I would say this. You would expect some discipline, right, Mike? Like something. They didn't even list him on the injury report at all. Like the only time they ever did was it was non-injury related. Well, it had to be injury related if it was his knee. And, it looked like this knee thing was bothering him for a while. And I guess because he was practicing, they never did mention it. So maybe it's just he has a high level of pain tolerance. I don't know. But you figure Tampa Bay's going to get fined or something, right?
I definitely think that something's going to happen to them in this situation. I don't think there's any question. I mean, there are some calling it Kneegate the other day. The fact that it's Tom Brady and he's kind of attached kind of makes it
everything's gate with Tom Brady. Super Bowl gate.
Exactly. All right, Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. Jeff Kerr on the NFL. The Eagles, again, of course, on Tuesday of next week, they will be getting ready for the start of training camp. And obviously, we will have the NFC East. We will be taking a look at it from all the different angles here. And I guess before we roll out here, back to the Carson Wentz thing here, I guess they could kind of just leave it blank and let the season play out, right? Doesn't have to have anything.
Yeah, they could if they wanted to. I mean, I don't suspect that to happen because it's the Eagles, but they could. I mean, they could just leave it there and just say, hey, we put this up. We thought this guy was going to be our
much like the whole Hurts thing. Let the whole thing play out, evaluate it, and then make the decision like down the road and say, all right, I feel like once you make this decision, you want to make this decision. You don't want to keep putting that thing up and down.
It's a shame they have their issues with Zach Ertz because I feel Zach Ertz would be a perfect person to put up there too, like with Brandon Graham. But Zach Ertz and the Eagles front office basically haven't gone along in a year, so why would they do that?
Ertz there on Tuesday?
I say yes.
Ertz there for the first preseason game?
Now that's a better question. You know what? We'll see. We'll see. I'll go with that. I got to cop out on that one. I hope he's there because I think this team is so much better with him. But by the first preseason game, I mean, you know what? I'll say this. I think he plays at least one preseason game at that.
All right. Well, it's tricky because, we were talking about this earlier with Mosher is, you don't want to get him hurt if you're still trying to trade him when he gets a training camp. So what do you do? Just have him.
I just screwed up. I shouldn't say play. He'll be on the roster. How's that?
Okay, yeah, but I'm saying, like, he's even talking about, like, doing stuff in training camp, like, you don't want him getting hurt in like, doing drills or anything. Do you just have him on the side doing stuff? Like, what a weird situation that will be.
How's Nick Sirianni going to handle these 30-year-olds? Darius Slay, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham. So you're going to have, like, the Andy re-ruling for these guys? Like, okay, the 30-year-olds don't have to practice today. We know what you guys can do.
Well, I'll tell you what. On Tuesday, your first assignment will be, if they get to camp and don't have another corner, I'd like you to ask, hey, does anybody have any thoughts of bringing in like a Drake Kirkpatrick or somebody, you know? I mean, you guys going with this group of corners or what?
Should I be as simple and be like, what are you guys doing with that second cornerback spot anyway?
There you go. Be blunt. Bring it right out to them.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, if I don't see Devonta Smith, that's pretty much what I'm gonna do. So there you go, Mike. I'm glad you're making my job for 97.3 ESPN and CBS Live. I'm sure they'll both appreciate it.
Jeff Kerr is brought to you by Clark's Moving and Storage in South Jersey. For your next local or long distance move, Clark's Moving Storage is your first call. They're dependable and always show up online. Clark'sMoving.net. All right, Tuesday it all begins. Jeff will be back with more previews of the NFC East. Dallas will be getting underway on Thursday, along with Tampa Bay and Pittsburgh, because Pittsburgh and Dallas are in the Hall of Fame game, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's why they're starting early. And Tampa, they're visiting the White House Tuesday. And again, they're starting camp early because they play the kickoff game. So that's the reason they're starting early.
And they're playing Dallas in the kickoff game.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why it's only 3. Like, if anybody wanted to ask why not 4, and
Right.
one's playing in the Hall of Fame game and the kickoff game.
Gotcha. All right, Jeff, we will talk to you on Wednesday, man.
All right, sounds great. Thanks for having me on, Mike.
Yeah, as always, Jeff Kerr here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. A little NFL conversation there, as we will do each and every Monday, Wednesday, Friday during the season. Jeff will be joining us here on the Sports Bash. We have our football lineup getting set for the season. We are working on setting that football lineup for you. But as you can imagine, football at 4 with the guys. Jeff Kerr, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Rob Motti from the Associated Press, who covers both the Eagles and the NFL nationally, will be joining us on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 5:30. Plus, Casey Joyner will be back with one thought on every game on Mondays and Fridays, and so much more, including Sal Paolantonio here on a Sal Pal Friday on the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN. No better football coverage than right here on the Sports Bash. We'll continue that as well. And don't forget, you can check us out online at 973ESPN.com. Download the free mobile app. You can always get us with the live video stream and see all of our guests, like Jeff Kerr, live over on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. It's going to be a great football season. We hope you're a part of it. Download the free mobile app, and you can tap the app and send a message right to the studio through your free mobile app. It's easy to do. Just download the free mobile app, 973ESPN.com/app. And when you load up your app, just tap the app and hit text us, and you can send your message to the 97.3 ESPN studios. Somebody just utilized that method of getting in touch with us just moments ago, talking about the NBA Finals conversation from a little while back. We appreciate everybody who gets in touch with the studio. All right, back with more Sports Bash. We'll close out the show coming up next. All right, here we go. Wrapping up a Monday show. Don't forget game night's coming up next. Scott Laughlin will talk a little Fly Guys with Josh, the trade that the Flyers made over the weekend. We'll have sound on that from Durso here in just a minute. But first, how about this from Bob Wankel today? What's different about this Phillies team compared to some of the other Phillies teams of the recent past?
One thing that's different about this Phillies team than some of the more recent one thing that's different about this Phillies team than some of the more recent years is that they're really getting big-time contributions from bench pieces, whether it be Brad Miller or Ronald Torreyes or Travis Jankowski. But you don't want to overexpose guys. Jankowski's coming up on roughly 50 at-bats and has a 975 OPS. He's done a great job defensively. He's gotten some key hits for them. But is that a guy that you want to run out there 6 days a week for the next 2.5 months? I don't know. So I think the Phillies will kick the tires on some potential upgrades. And that's why you're seeing names like Starling Marte pop up.
Yeah, that's what interests me the most is what's different is that the team has some depth, but it also puts them in position to go out and get some talent in terms of adding to this lineup, like Starling Marte. The other name is Byron Buxton. Both those names are of high interest to me, but I asked him about Buxton, Marte, or a bullpen arm. I think I'll still take the bullpen arm because they have enough depth in their lineup that they don't need to go out and get one of those guys. They'd be nice, though.
Or if you want to just do some one-stop shopping, you call the Twins and you say, look, I want to get Byron Buxton, but I know it's going to take me something substantive in a deal to get him from you. So give me Buxton and a bullpen arm, and I'll maybe sweeten the deal a little bit.
I don't know that the Phillies want to do that. I don't know that
I
don't think they want to give away their, Mick Abels of the world, their Bryson Stotts. That's what Dombrowski said anyway.
I mean, listen, Dombrowski may say that, but at the same time, if he gets presented an offer that's hard to turn down, he might have to give up somebody.
Possible.
So, and the other thing is that let's be realistic. I love what he said. You want to overexpose guys. Someone was asking me over the weekend, they felt like Travis Jankowski could be the next Jason Worth. And I said, hold on a second,
Oh, Jesus.
Let's not get carried away.
Are you kidding me with that? Jason Worth was
someone texted in and said this.
That's preposterous.
So it's one of those deals where I said, look, that's you can't go there because Jason Worth was a top tier prospect.
They're not even in the same conversation.
Well, Worth was a big time prospect who couldn't stay healthy, and he ended up on the Phillies organization.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
You can't compare. It's not an apples to apples.
I hope
comparison.
you shot him right down.
Of course I did.
Shoot.
First of all, I had to address it because it came in. So it's one of those deals where, you see it at first, you didn't realize what the person said, then you got to address it. You got to explain to them who Jason Worth is.
Jason Worth hit 30-plus homers and over 100 RBI. He got paid almost $200 million. Jankowski's a journeyman.
Yeah, but also, like I said, Jason Worth was a top-tier prospect before the injuries.
Ooh, that's a bad one there. All right, Durso, what do you think of the deal for Ryan Ellis?
This is the type of guy they needed to go out and get, someone who plays in all situations, handles the top pairing workload well, and can certainly do all of the little things you need to stabilize that top pairing just the way that Matt Niskanen did. I think that there's a few minor differences in his game than Matt Niskanen's, but for the most part, they are relatively similar in a lot of ways, down to their leadership abilities and the ability that they have to not only stabilize a pairing with Ivan Provorov, but also to be a mentor for the rest of the defensemen and kind of lead by example. So I think that this was a great fit.
Yeah, that's the sentiment from a lot of people. ESPN.com, The Athletic, they all graded the trade, and you can get those trade grades over at 97.3 ESPN.com. 3 NHL insiders, they all seem to like the deal, as does Kevin Durso.
And I think there's a lot to like about the deal, even if you're not a hockey guy or a hockey expert, because you realize when you look at the deal, you start looking around, you're like, wait a minute. This guy was legitimately one of the best top 10 defensemen in the league over the last few years.
Yeah, but the one worry is he's going to be 31 years old, and he had his worst season this past year.
He did, but you just said he's also 31 years old. It's not like he's like 35 years old. He's
Niskanen, too, I think is 34.
Niskanen was about 34
last year.
Yeah, he was a little older than this. The other thing was with Niskanen, there was always a concern about how long he's going to hang on in the league anyway. Ellis doesn't have as much of a concern of that, and the Flyers have a history of acquiring guys with a little bit nicks here and there.
Well,
and they're fine.
What interests me from what Durso said was anticipate Durso being back on again this week, meaning he thinks they're going to do something else.
I agree with that. And I think that when the Flyers do that something else, it's going to be something that's going to get people's attention, like this did.
A lot of people said, why not Seth Jones? Durso.
The Seth Jones one is interesting because
we're efforting.
The Seth Jones one is interesting because they definitely were involved with Columbus and trying to work out a deal there as well. But if Seth Jones wasn't going to commit beyond this season, I think the last thing Chuck Fletcher wanted was another Matt Niskanen situation where you get the solution for one season and then you're back looking for something else, or to have to negotiate that deal. What they know is you get 6 years with Ryan Ellis. It's at $6.25 million a year, and you can factor that in moving forward. So now you can address the other areas, knowing what you owe the top pairing defenseman that you have for the long-term future.
You know, the one thing that the point he makes there that's interesting is you get Seth Jones and then he walks, you're right back. These two guys, Provorov and Ellis, could be a pairing for the next 5 years.
Yeah, and the thing is, I love Seth Jones, but Durso's right. At some point, you got to make a decision. If you're the Flyers, are you going in it for 1 year or multiple years? And Ellis fulfills the multiple years.
That'll do it for me. Josh has game night next. Scott Laughlin will give us his thoughts on the trade and how the Flyers did. That's coming up at 6:20 from Sirius XM NHL Radio.
Yep.
No NBA Finals tonight. They're back tomorrow, travel day.
So what are you watching tonight?
Bachelorette.
That's tonight?
That's tonight.
All right, there you go. That's the question.
Yep, I like the fact that there's no Phillies and no
no distractions.
Nope, I'm happy. I'm happy the way the schedule shook out. I'm back tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody.